T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and count. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy. Return.
Do you know the best place in your house to make money? Not the garage. Not
Well, good morning, Apes. Obviously, my computer needs a reboot. The RAM is definitely taxed. Well, good morning and welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgie. It's like listening to a broken record player. This is bad. Well, that was a rough start to the day. Alright guys, we've definitely had a little bit of a retraction from last night. It looks like we were able to achieve 35.75 is the high. Nope, 35.82. But during the trading day today, or yesterday rather, 36.14 was the high. So let's go ahead and plug that in. Oh, we had a 36.18 back here. 36.18 is plugged in already. I already got it in there. That is a 23.1% increase in price since our last low of 29.40 on 8/11. I actually believe that we may see 29 again sometime this week. Now, I hope I'm wrong, but I do think that they're going to try and knock this down, and we'll try and cover some of the technical analysis this morning that that may back that up. So let's get to it. We had a nice little jump up in price right off the get-go, and it busted out of that wedge formation right there. I couldn't have told you. I mean, I would have suggested that it would have gone up just because the wedge happens to be, or the triangle rather. The triangle happens to be with the flat side on the top side, which typically means that the price will break through going up. However, this is not a straight edge, and so it's not completely horizontal. So I thought I don't know if you can see it, but it's ever so slightly increasing in height. So I wasn't really sure if this was going to break out at the top there. Now I have a couple new looks going on today versus yesterday. I got a feedback from my admins about a little bit of eye strain on some of the indices on the second page, and I haven't updated this yet, and I will update this here in just a minute. So we'll see what ends up happening. Let's see if this looks a little bit better for the day today. It looks like I am missing. Yeah. Let's see if that pops it back up there. Yep, that's back up there. All right, so we're only missing one other item, and it should be this one. I'll start refreshing screens. So we should start seeing some changes here. And of course, everything is running super slow today for me. I'm definitely going to need to do a reboot tonight on the computer, so that is going to be a major necessity to moving on. In fact, I might even have to do it sometime in the morning this morning, leading into like a break or something like that, and cut the video in half. Yeah, the computer's just really lagging right now. Well, we're having a good run up. Let me go back to the other page while I'm refreshing everything so you don't have to see it all. You can at least watch the run up. Looks like Robinhood is down 0.3% in the pre-market. Amazon is down negative 0.3% as well. Cinemark is, oh my gosh, my blanket is all messed up on my chair. Cinemark is down about 1%. Dogecoin is up about 0.8%. GME is down 0.95%. And AMC is down 0.9% in the pre-market. And it looks like I'm having problems logging on to Fidelity. Due to a technical error, the system is temporarily unavailable. We apologize for the inconvenience. Please try again later. Let's see if we're having the same problems on the app. Okay, so it looks like I have access to the app. So for those of you who have Fidelity and you're having problems logging onto your computer, or if you're having problems logging onto your computer, I'm having no difficulty getting onto Fidelity through my app. So I'm not sure why they're having technical difficulties specifically for PCs, but that's what I'm experiencing right now. Okay, looks like I'm able to get in now. It's back up. Okay, Fidelity is working for me. That's always like a sigh of relief. When your brokerage is just kind of like kaput, you're like, oh no. Alright, so let me continue to refresh my screens here. Yesterday there was like 53.5 million shares traded in the dark pool, equaling 64.71% of the total trades in the dark pool. So let me check and verify if that's what Stonko Tracker gets. 64.71. Keep that in your head. Wow. Oh, there's my problem. This bastard was running in the background. Thank you, but no thank you. There we go. We're going to free sync. Okay. I think that's much better. Things are looking a lot better for me now. There's some new updates here that I think you guys are going to want to see. All right. We'll check the oh, one of the pages didn't update correctly. Let's see if I can get that one to populate correct. For some reason this page just doesn't want to populate. Okay. Anyways, what I think you wanted to see, or what you would want to see, is the page that won't populate. So I'm going to go ahead and pull that over. Maybe we can get it to populate here. Hold on a second. Day-over-day price increase on True Demons MOASS trigger indicators is now at 6.63, so that was a positive increase. We'll have to pull up utilization here in just a minute and short exempt volume. Let's take a look at those while I'm waiting for this darn page to load up. Available shares to borrow. Is it really at 0? It is indeed at 0. Calls in the money expiring is 79,000. That's a lot. That's a lot of calls. Looks like we had 450,000 at some point most of the night, leading up to 0%. I'm opening up my can of juice, power juice. 294.4 short exempt volume. 50.3 was percentage that was shorted, and the dark pool percentage is not listed. It's an NA. I'm not sure why that is. We were getting a report of 64%. So I'm not sure why they're showing NA and dark pool percentage on Stonko Tracker. But it is what it is. Let's update some of True Demons data. So the short exempt volume went up from 244 to 294. That's still a red. Next we'll want to look at utilization. And it appears utilization is 91.77, which is kind of what I expected because it seemed like they had returned shares yesterday. There should have been a total amount of shares returned of about 2.13 million shares, which would drop the utilization. Especially since they had more shares available. Yesterday, if you remember correctly, the total amount of shares was 121.6 million shares available to borrow. So let's do a little bit of math and figure out what that is today. So the total amount of shares on loan is 109. So that did indeed drop from, I think it was 111 yesterday to 109.87. So it looks like that those numbers are starting to jive, like they're matching up the way that they're supposed to. Let's see here. I'm going to, in the background, you're not going to be seeing this, so let me put it back to main for you. And I'm going to update my numbers. So let's see, 2.13 million shares. Oh boy, it's definitely one of those days. All right. We don't have currently any shares showing as being borrowed, so I get rid of that. So this is where we start doing the math. And go back to page 2. Yeah, I'll try to prevent your eyes from being hurt here. There we go. A little easier on the eyes. All right, let's try this here. The total shares on loan, 109.87, so it is a decrease. $109.87 divided by the utilization, which is 91.77, gives us a total of 119.723 shares available to borrow. That is down from 121.6 million shares. So the amount of shares available to borrow has decreased, but so has how many shares that are on loan, which gives us a lower percentage of utilization. So if I subtract the 119 from the 109, that gives us I'm going to go back to main, 9.853 million shares. Which is, this is how many shares are left to borrow, 9.853. So that is up from yesterday of 8.976. Oh no, I'm sorry, that's incorrect. I did not. I did not carry over yesterday's data. There we go. All right, now we can look at the difference, 9.853. Okay, so there's an increase on shares left to borrow by basically about 700,000 shares. Just a little over 700,000 shares. This is not the volume prediction for the day today. However, as of right now, our volume is about the same as what it was yesterday, if not a little bit more. So I'd probably adjust my volume prediction today to be something more like what our volume was yesterday. And our volume yesterday, what was our volume yesterday? Good question. I was off yesterday, so I had predicted 87 or 50 to 70 million, and we ended up hitting 86.5. So I'm gonna, as of tentatively right now, just based on what I have for information, I'm gonna say that we're probably looking somewhere between 80 and 100 million shares for the day today. That, however, is going to be changing based on our 7 a.m. My time pokey stick of volume, which we typically get. So we will see what ends up happening during that period of time. All right, let's go back to the stats page because I'm obviously going to have to line up one of my items. There. Let's see if we can get it to actually show back up here. There we go. Beautiful. This is the thing that I've been wanting you guys to see. So the active positions, the total institutional ownership, I believe it was 127 yesterday, 127 million shares. It is now up to 134 million shares. So that is a big increase in institutional ownership. Not to be taken lightly. And since I got this screen up, let's go ahead and modify the OI. It looks like for the call side, the most amount of open interest stems around the $35 price range. Nope, I take that back, 40. If you look down in the middle of the column, you see the strike prices. $40 is the highest level of open interest at 35.7, and that is up from 26.1 as of yesterday. However, look at the open interest on the other side, because I think this is the key. If you look at $25 there, it's at the very, very top on the right-hand side. There's 62.6 thousand options open at $25 strike price. That's a lot, guys. This is where I'm kind of making that prediction. I do believe that they're going to try and step us down to about 29 bucks this week. I think they'd like to get us down to 25. We'll see how that plays out for them. But I do believe that that's probably one of the biggest reasons that I have an estimation that they are going to try and knock this price down. Estimated current short share interest of the free float is at 18.74%. The interest on the free float, I'm sorry. Cost to borrow, sorry, 1.49% right now. Okay, so dark pool, it's interesting. My dark pool data is saying 64.71% traded yesterday. So that would be what we would want to look at and compare to Stonko Tracker eventually. So I'm going to write that on my notepad just because I want to see what Stonko Tracker gets down. Yeah. Utilization, I did not change that on True Demons. Let's go ahead and get that changed here. Utilization is at 91.77. That is still not enough utilization to meet his standards, so it will stay in the red. Okay, so True Demons information is all updated. We do have a climb on the short exempt volume, but utilization did slip a little. I'm going to go ahead and pull Ortex over. And we can look at some of the indicators here. So you can see the drop in utilization over the last couple days. And what that's going to be from is that's going to be mainly due to the fact that they found more shares to borrow some of the days, and some of the days they've covered. Like today was the reason we had the drop over yesterday or Friday was because of the fact that they returned shares. When you return shares and have the same outstanding amount of or thereabouts of available shares to loan, your utilization will drop. So we're seeing a drop in utilization. Let's look at on loan. On loan had a dip. There was a little bit of a dip there on loan from basically 112.5 to 109.8. So we did have a dip in that. What I would be interested in seeing is this next indicator. This indicator actually had a rise from 40.88 to 44.38, which is actually a pretty significant rise. This is the on loan average age, so that means that it seems to me like what that would mean is that some of their older loans still exist. The average age day is increasing. I think that's important to note that they're not covering old positions. Let's see if the failure to delivers have updated. They indeed did update, and the failure to delivers have not really increased a whole lot over time. Here's our new batch of failure to delivers in here. You know, people keep asking like, what, these failure to delivers should be hitting these cycles. Well, they're not hitting the cycles right now because they don't have any failure to delivers. They keep kicking the can down the road. But I think that they're controlling failure to delivers through lending. And that lending is showing up in increased on loan. So as you see this start to increase here, you're seeing failure to delivers drop off. So yeah, I think I'm tending to think that that's how they're controlling the failure to deliver issue. Let's see, estimated short share interest over time is increasing as well. And that's what we got. Yeah, so the new failure to delivers is out. And I'll just flip back over to the stats page just one more time here. I do want to emphasize that we indeed had institutional share ownership increase from, I believe it was 127 yesterday. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I don't remember exactly. Let's see, I think it was 11 million from 116. Yeah, that would be 127. So it increased from 127 million shares to 134. So there's definitely institutional ownership going up. Dark pools are not being reported on Stonko Tracker as of yet. It's showing NA. However, on this this website, which I'm trying to get verification for as to whether or not it's accurate information, it's showing 64.71. Right over here to the left of my picture, you'll see the dark pool percentage right there, pointing right at it. Dark pool percentage. So we'll go ahead and go back to the main page here, and it looks like advancers over decliners. I think this is updated. I kind of gave it a minute here to see if it would update. And it looks like we have 4,659 decliners to 2,079 advancers. That looks pretty similar to what it looked like yesterday. It's currently showing the Nasdaq down 0.2% and the Dow Jones up 0.3 and the S&P up 0.24. So it looks like banking, oil and gas, semiconductors kind of iffy. Software and IT services has got a 50-50. Those are the struggling areas. I am expecting a day-over-day decrease in price. I do feel like there's some synthetic price failures incoming. That's what we need to watch out for. I do think that the rest of this week is possibly going to be down. However, I am okay with being wrong with that. That doesn't necessarily have to come to fruition, but that's what it's looking like as of right now. We'll see how the market starts off. If I end up being wrong about today, then I'll throw that prediction out the window. But I would suggest that I actually posted it on Reddit, my prediction, just because I felt like I'm feeling pretty confident about it, I guess, and so I think that's why I posted it. But let me just pull it up here. I'm pretty much going to do this price, set my price prediction for the day based around this, no matter what the 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume looks like. I'm pretty set on this number. Okay, let's see here. I know this is such a specific number, but $34.58 is where I'm expecting today to close at, which would be down a little more than $1 from where we ended yesterday. It's really not that far off from where we're at in the pre-market hours. Pre-market is at 35.51. So basically less than $1 from there is where I'm expecting us to kind of end up the day today. If we do end up around that number, maybe I'm giving myself 50 cents, plus or minus 50 cents in that number, then I expect the rest of this week to be a down week. There might be one day, maybe like Thursday, that's kind of an even across the board day where there's no real action, no movement. But that's what I'm kind of forecasting as of right now. So let's see. I'm going to go ahead and put in my price. John's not going to be participating in he's got a busy week on his job. He's got a job that he's, a self-business that he's starting. And so he's not going to be available this week for price predictions. We could have somebody fill in for him. Hopefully Duncan's able to put in a price prediction for the day today at some point on his way home from work or when he gets home. But I am going to go ahead and stem my price prediction around the 34.58 number. Minus $1.50, so 33.08 is going to be my lower number. To obviously 36.08. So that's my range, and that's going to put me in as a neutral estimation. I'm going to move on over to the secondary page and adjust some of this information that's in here. Oops. Oops. I'm adjusting the price prediction tallies. I'm going to go ahead and put myself even, keep myself even, because I know that's where I'm going to go. I'll let either Eric or Duncan go first today. Of course, their price predictions won't be coming in until I'm going to actually give the guys a little bit later. We won't start doing price predictions until about 8 to 8:15. I think is going to be our new window. And I'm just kind of simply, making changes to the way that I'm operating the page, and so I'm going to start taking a break around I think 7:30. 7:25 until about 8:10 every day in the morning, my time. And so that would be, that puts me coming back 20 minutes before market open, and covering the market open. Actually, let's make it 8:15, so 15 minutes before market open. It gives me a chance to kind of touch on the technicals. Congratulations to both Eric and I. We both got a tally mark yesterday for price prediction. So we got really close. We got within our range. As it stands, you can see Eric's price point right now. I'm going to go ahead and adjust mine to 36.08, my upper. And I really hope I'm wrong. Like, I want to see the price move up as much as everybody else does. However, I can't support making bad calls based off of technical analysis that I'm doing. It's not just numbers that I'm just throwing in the dark. I'm seeing a pattern that's repeating itself, and it really, it's. Let's hope for something to happen to where we don't have a down week this week. I would love to see that not be the case. But if the pattern does repeat itself, then we should have a down week this week. But next week is going to be awesome. If this is true, if everything's going to work out the way that it's looking like it's going to work out, I think next week is going to be absolutely amazing. Probably very similar to how we felt going into June. I think that's the history repeating itself portion. Robinhood is underneath its opening IPO price at 47.19. Amazon is down 0.42%. Cinemark is down 0.96%. Doge is up 1.72. GME is down 1.02, and we are up 0.06. Just breaking even right now. This on a 5-minute interval right here could look like a cup formation happening. It's kind of a crappy looking cup. But it could be. We'll see where it goes. And that's my technicals for the morning. I don't really have anything else to touch on at this point. I did reach out to somebody for an interview. Hopefully we can get something lined up before the end of the week this week. That'd be really awesome. I don't know if or when they'll come back and contact me. I do know that the person that I contacted, their activity level on Reddit has been severely down since their last post, which was about a week ago. And one of their last posts happened to be, how do I best describe it? Their last post was something that made it kind of almost look like, you know, maybe they were done posting. So there's that. Let's see if I can find. I'll try to find. Well, I'm not going to find it. But yeah, basically, that the poster had said that they bought about $1,000 more in shares, and that they felt at peace at everything that's going on, and everything's been said that can be said about DD, and um, she it sounded like she was just basically done posting because she's confident as to what's going to happen, and she felt like it was going to happen soon. And I would have to agree with her because she posted about a week ago, and what I'm looking at happening is, you know, if we do have this huge price increase next week, you know, she'd only be off by 2 weeks in her statement. I have to tell you guys, in May, when I saw the price spike over $20, I was pretty confident that this was pretty much a done deal. That we knew where we were going at once we broke 20. And indeed, we broke through 20, and then shortly thereafter, uh, like by June 2nd, um, it, it, it exploded. Well, I'm having that same feeling again, and I think we're about a week and a half away of having that point at where we realize that something major is going to happen. Let's go ahead and look at the Fintel reports. I'm starting to be inclined to believe that these are actually recent purchases, based on what I'm seeing. I need to do some more investigating as to what's. I didn't have a chance to do this last night. I was kind of busy doing a lot of other things, but I need to really kind of put some investigation into figuring out how recent some of these filings are from, because I know when I pull these, you know, they say things like. Um, Effective date, and most of them always say like the end of June. Obviously, not all of these events happened on June 30th, so I'm not sure how the file date and the effective date work. So I need to do some investigating, and I'm lacking. So I'm not being I'm not being fair to you guys in telling you what I think's happening, because I don't know. I don't know when these purchases are actually taking place. I do know that we just watched, you know, 15 million shares or so get purchased on in the last 2 days. You know, if I scroll through this and look to see how many purchases and shares, it could be about 15 million. So yeah, it could be. This could be live updating. It's possible. So I'm gonna go ahead and refresh it. We'll see where we're at here. Okay, no new filings for today yet, but there is a white box advisors put. And I know that somewhere I had saw a Reddit post about there being a like four or some amount. I think maybe it's 4 or 7 new um, hedge funds had entered in some short positions. But then there is also a company who has like probably, I guess, what's regarded to be one of the most brilliant minds, mathematician wise, out there, who is part of a hedge fund who bought a long position. They dumped like 3/4 of their Tesla, and bought into AMC instead, which is really um, big news. In fact, we should probably try to find that. We should probably try to find that on the 13F filings and see if we can find it somewhere on there. Let me see. I'll go over to the AMC news source that I have here, and try to go. Okay, here it is. Jim Simmons, Run Tech Fund, tripled its AMC stake last quarter and slashed its Tesla holdings by 75%. See, this is what makes me think that these reports are indeed old from Fintel and not current, because it does say last quarter. January, February, March, April, May, June. Yeah, it should be. So what's the name of his company? Rentech. Let's look that up on Fintel and just see if it's on here. Renaissance Technologies. This could be it. This is probably it right here. You know, just it's short Ren Tech. Renaissance Technologies. And if I go to the report and actually pull it, it does say it looks like they bought on. It was listed 8/13, but shows the effective date 6/30. So yeah, I do believe these are all old filings. The filing's new, but the effective date's old, meaning they bought these shares back at the end of June, sometime in the last quarter, basically. But they have 1.8 million shares that they purchased sometime in the last quarter, and in the first quarter they had 500. They had purchased. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. They had 516,000 shares in the first quarter. Then they purchased another 1.3 million, because I believe that these are their totals right here, not their. It's not. It's a total amount of shares that they have, not. Because if we go to the very top of the page, 1.82. Yeah, the last disclosed ownership. So this is the total. So they actually purchased 1.3 million shares. They already had 516,000 shares. 1.3 million shares at $33.45 a piece is pretty crazy. Hey Duncan, good morning. Just a quick pop in to give my prediction. I think we broke giant bull flag starting start July, and we will open above 34.9, which is my go bull or bear for today. Also wanted to put some optimism to your excellent analysis of red days coming. 34.1 to 37.1. Okay, Duncan, I've got you down. 34.1 to 37.1. Your numbers are entered in. Good, sir. I'm glad that you popped in, and hope you had a great day at work, and that you have an excellent day tomorrow as well. As usual, we'll hold the fort for you. Well, you hold the fort for us. I can only imagine how busy you probably are right now. The world is busy. The world is busy right now. If the world is busy, Duncan's busy. Let's see here. 34.1 to 37.1. Those are some good numbers. I'm going to go ahead and move up Duncan's upper limit to 37.1. And then I'll grab his lower limit. And move that up to 34.1. If it'll move for me. Come on. There we go. All right, so we're missing Eric's, and like I said, John's missing right now. What I might try to do is have my mom fill in for John at least, see if she can come up with a price prediction form, so we can at least have a fourth person in there, or I might get Adam to do it. Those aren't due for an hour, so I'd hate to wake my mom. I'll start with Adam. She has a 2-hour negative time difference to me, so if I were to contact her at 8 in the morning, it'd be like 6 her time, which is pretty doggone early. It's early for most. Inflow versus outflow. Did you guys see this yesterday? I'm gonna refresh it here real quick. 707 to 678. Gee whiz. 22 plus 7. Nearly 40. 40 million. 40-point spread between inflow versus outflow, and all we get 6%. I feel like it should have been double that, probably. Pretty crazy. Duncan, if you are indeed watching, I'm going to go back to the stats page. Let me know if it's easier on the eyes for you. I feel like that should be a little bit easier on the eyes. However, I do think that it's maybe a little too monotone in the fact that it make it look really uniform. That's for sure. So that there is that. That's good. But I'm afraid that people might get lost in all these numbers. But they are labeled, so I don't know. Let me know what you think in contrast to how it looked yesterday. I can't really do like a side by side to show you like a contrast or difference between them. But there you have it. That's my attempt to try and make things easier on the eyes, so I'm not blinding everybody. Oh, what am I missing underneath my face? Oh yeah, here we go. Wait, no. Oh, I guess there's a side by side for you. Everything just got colored again. There we go. Let's see, that should have fixed it. Oh, and of course I lose this one when I do that. Let me see here. Let me see if I can figure out what is the deal with underneath my face. That should have been an easy one. Weird. The True Demon XL is like very odd looking. Huh. Issues with my page here. Not sure why. Let's get rid of True Demon stuff just for a second because it looks like that's what's causing it to disappear. It is. And this is supposed to be bigger. Not sure why True Demons MOASS trigger indicators grew, but it did. So it's right now. Very strange. Fixed. There we go. Got my Reddit and Twitter information underneath my face there now. That is back. You know, there's just always kinks to iron out when it comes to working with stuff like this. Please note that what was I trying to say? Please note that Duncan's numbers came in before the Pokestick of Volume, which we just had. And that's my coin nickname term for that Pokestick of Volume that happens every morning at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time or 7 a.m. my time. And it looks like the total volume for the Pokesticks so far is about 82,000. Okay, that's what we ended up with, was about 82,000, 82.6 thousand, bringing our total volume up to 163. So my tentative volume prediction this morning was 80 to 100 million. But I think I'm going to drop this ever so slightly because that's just too high. 50 to 70, I didn't nail it yesterday, and I don't. I'm going to say 60 to 80. 65 to 85. That's what I'm going to say. I know yesterday's volume was 85.5, 86.5. So we would be really close in volume prediction. I think very similar today as what we saw yesterday, or potentially lower. So that's why I'm kind of putting the high at 85. A little less volume today, I think, than we had yesterday. And we can check it. Let's look at it real quick. We'll see if we're right. So today's Pokestick of volume was 82,000. And we'll just scroll back. I got to get rid of this box. Delete. 86,000. Here's our Pokestick at yesterday. And the volume was 74,000. So we're a little bit higher than we were yesterday on that Pokestick of volume. So maybe I should increase my number just slightly. Ever so slightly. Let's do it. Let's get a little risky here. Let's go 75 to 95. That's what we're gonna do. Yeah, that looks good to me. 75 to 95 million shares traded today. Estimation. If there is more institutional owners coming in and buying more shares, it's going to be really difficult for them to keep the price down. They're going to have to make sure that a lot of those shares are hitting the dark pools. And do notice that, or if you recall, the dark pool percentage was not showing up on Stonko tracker. However, the website that I'm now viewing, when I go to it here, it said that we had 64.71%, and it was traded in the dark pools yesterday. So considering that, you know, that's pretty close to where we've been. That is slightly lower than the previous day, Friday, which was 65.9. So I would say that's probably pretty close, pretty darn close to what we should have had. And of course, those numbers are going to remain high. The more institutional investors come into this stock, and they have to put those into the dark pools to keep the price from going up, those percentages are going to continue to stay high. And let's check. Yep, the free float's still at 511 million. Man, I think it's really interesting that there's like only less than a 2 million difference between shares out and shares the free float. It's really strange for the amount of total shares that we have. I got about 20 minutes more with you before I step away until 15 minutes before market open. Let's see what's being said on Reddit currently. Actually, I'm gonna go to Twitter. I do the Twitter on my phone. Don't know why. Just do. Not really seeing anything specific to AMC that would be information worthwhile talking about. Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything here that nothing worth really mentioning. Everything that's happening over in Afghanistan, was it Afghanistan that, or I feel bad that I don't know Kabul. Yeah, I think that's Afghanistan. It's pretty messed up. I saw some of the pictures of the airplanes moving with people all around them. I was just like, man, those people are crazy. There's going to be a lot of people who are getting killed over there. It's pretty sad. All right, let's see what else we got in the news here. Man, it's hard not to talk about stuff that's going on. I'll go ahead and pull up the Fidelity top trending stocks. AMC is in second today, underneath Tesla, with 55% buys over 45% sells. That's pretty close. Those are close numbers. I believe that GME was 14th yesterday. Let's see how far down they are now. Still 14th, and they currently have 68 buys to 32% sells. Oh, and it appears we slipped down a spot. Roblox Corporation is actually in first now. They beat out Tesla and Apple. Oh, we're in fourth. My bad. We have 58 buys to 42% sales, so we have more buys coming in. So that's looking better. We're actually in fourth now. This is definitely looking like a cup and handle formation. I mean, it's pretty sloppy looking. On a 30-minute interval, we are currently at 59.15. On a 5-minute interval, we are at 65.78. So a little overbought on a 5-minute interval. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if this continues. It might help support to get us over 36, leading into the pre-market, or sorry, leading into the opening of the market. We'll see if we continue to follow this path. So we did bounce off of $35.48 on the handle portion of what looks like to be a cup and handle formation. We'll see if we continue along the path here. Yeah, I'm really surprised. I'm not seeing like any kind of like huge information today out on AMC. Nothing that's really kind of crazy. I do know that they stepped up some of the approval times on some of the reportings. I believe it was the NSCC 2021-005, I believe. Yeah, look, we got borrowed change, 1.94 million. Okay, well that's a good sign. The higher that borrowed change gets, the more likely we are to have a positive day in price. And then currently speaking, we have 1.94 million shares currently borrowed. And short share interest rose back up into the 19 percentile again. Short share interest, did I say that? Short share interest of the free float, 19.07%. Okay, it looks like we're dropping back down, so we didn't have the spike up that we would have expected right here. And it is testing 35.48 again. We'll see if it can bounce off that once more. If it does bounce off of it, you got a little bit of a George W at the end of a nice cup formation. Well, actually kind of a crappy looking cup formation. It's a crappy cup of Joe. 35.45. It is breaking through. That's too bad. I was really kind of hoping that I was going to be wrong about my down prediction for the day today, but it does indeed appear that that's the push. I was really hoping to play the morning music for the opening. There's a song that I used to sing to my kids all the time. And I'm sure they probably absolutely hated it, but it's that song. You guys might not enjoy it either, but sometimes it's good to remember that you can't always get what you want. Sometimes you just get what you need. It'd be great if we could, if it's, we just always saw positive days, and it was just always continuously going up. But unfortunately, that's not really how the stocks work. You have to wait for these periods of consolidation in order to get to those. You have to wait through these hard periods of time to get to what the end goal of what you want. So I think it was Warren Buffett that mentioned something about patience is the key to making money in the market. So if patience is what we need to get what we want, then we got to have the patience. I see a little bit of a channel forming here. Let's see if it stays in this channel. Got about 5 minutes before I go on break. So we'll see if it stays in this channel. This is a bullish channel. When it breaks out, it should break out going up. So we'll see if this kind of holds here. I'll go back to the stats page for just a second so you guys can see that. Yeah, the total institutional shares, I think, is what's really cool. From 127 yesterday to 134 today. So 7 million shares purchased day over day, with an 11 million share the day before. So 18 million shares in 2 days purchased by institutional ownership, or institutions rather. That's pretty impressive. That's no laughing matter. Percentage wise, if we were to look at that, let's see. Yeah, so 3.5%. A 3.5% buy in 2 days' time of the total amount of shares that are available, that are out there existing. They bought 3.5% of them in 2 days. I think that's pretty crazy. Yep. Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. So if we do have a down day today, do not be discouraged by it, because it simply has to do with the fact that they want to try and control this. So I named today synthetic price failure incoming. They want to have this synthetic price failure to try and discourage people from buying into the stock. With so much positive information that we've had over the last 2 weeks, it could cause more people to come run into the table, and they don't want that to happen. So they raise the price. The classic structure of a synthetic price failure is to raise the price and then drop it by 20%. The last raised price amount was 23.1%. So we went from $29.40 up to $36.18, and so now would be the time where they're going to start dropping the price as much as possible to try and get it back down to, I'm guesstimating, about $29. So that would be a 20% drop, I believe. Let me see here. I'll just enter in the data just to verify. Okay, yeah, pretty close. I think it's like 28.80. No, maybe a little bit higher. 28.90. Pretty close. 28.93. Yep, 28.93 would put us at a 20% drop from $36.18 that we had as a high yesterday. So that's going to be what you're watching out for with the synthetic price failure, or the SPF. I do believe that if we hit a number like that or down close to $29, that will probably likely be our last opportunity to buy at those levels. And I personally will be buying more at that price. To me, that's if we can hit 20, if we hit around $29, I think that's a pretty good price to make a kind of a final stand on some more shares. All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and take that break until 15 minutes before market open. So we'll meet back up with you guys here just in about let's say 50 minutes from now. I might come back a little bit earlier. It just kind of depends. I spend a little bit of time with my wife in the morning when she gets home from work, so that's important to me. So I will see you guys in just a bit. Peace. All right, I am back. I'm going to go ahead and refresh some screens real quick here, trying to make everything current. So give me 2 minutes. Oh. Alrighty. Let's head over to the stats page and go ahead and start going over some of the technical analysis for the day today before market opens. Okay. Moving into the technical analysis side of what's going on before the market opens here. Starting off on the top left-hand side, tally marks for Eric and I for price prediction being correct from yesterday. Congratulations to both of us. And right below that are our dark pools. Dark pool right here. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Currently 34.46% already traded into the dark pools this morning. Yesterday, it was at 64%, 64.41, I believe, or something really similar to that. That did not show up on Stonko Tracker. Moving down below, currently we are at 1.79 million shares borrowed, which is down from 1.94 from earlier this morning. And currently at 19.04% estimated short share interest of the free float. Shares on loan 109.87 and utilization at 91.77. You can't see this on the notepad, but I'm going to go ahead and read this off to you. The amount of shares left to borrow is 9.853 million, bringing the total amount of shares available for loan to 119.7 million. My volume prediction based on the volume that we're currently having for the day is between 75 and 95 million shares traded for today. Oh, and I do have that number written down from the dark pools from earlier. It was 64.71. And that is not showing up on Stonko Tracker. That is showing up as an NA currently. Moving up to the top right-hand side of the page here, active positions by the total institutions. It was at 127 million shares yesterday and has increased to 134 million. So we have had a 7 million share increase over 2 days' time. It's now at 18 million shares purchased by institution. So that's a pretty big increase. They're buying. That's really good. It means that they know something is going on or is about to go on. If you'll notice today's title for the day, the title of today is Synthetic Price Failure Incoming. I do believe that today is going to be a down day. I'm kind of looking for it to be in the price range of 30, I believe it was 34. Oh my gosh, I forgot the number off the top of my head. Give me 1 second. $34. 34.58 cents. I'm actually zeroed in on 34.58 cents, which is about half a dollar less than what we're at, and I'm giving myself about a half of a cent change. If we see that drop, 34.58 plus or minus 50 cents, I do believe that the rest of this week is going to be a down week, and possibly with like maybe Thursday being like a kind of a break-even day. But the exciting news to this is that that will lead into amazing movements next week if the pattern that's already existed twice reoccurs for a third time. So that's where we're currently at. Stepping down from the active positions, we are looking at the total options in short interest. You'll notice that we covered this earlier this morning, but I'll cover it again. At a $40 strike price, right down the middle, if you follow it down to where it says 40 and then look left, you'll see the total amount of OI volume is the highest at the $40 strike price with 35.7 thousand options. But I want you to notice that on the put side, if you look all the way up to where it says 25 and follow it right, you'll see there's 62,618 or 62.6 thousand options open on a $25 strike price. If you look at the number of at the amount of volume stair-stepping its way down from where we're currently at, there's big numbers at 31, big numbers at 30. I think that supports the idea that we will be moving towards $25 for the rest of this week. There's a lot more open interest, almost double the amount of open interest on puts, lower puts, than there is on calls. And with the spread being $40 to $25, we're definitely looking at possibly finishing this week out lower than we did last week. However, again, like I said before, that's just going to be this week. Next week is going to be pretty spectacular. So we'll see what ends up happening for the day. We'll see if my predictions come true. But that's kind of where I stand and what I'm seeing for price predictions. True Demons MOASS trigger indicators, as you can see up on the screen there, on the top left-hand side. Short exempt volume at 294.4 thousand, utilization at 91.77, and day-over-day price increase. We had our first day over 5%, so that's in yellow. I'll make it, I'll probably just keep it yellow until it turns green. But if we can get a positive price today, that'd be awesome. I would love to be wrong about what's going to happen for this week. But it does appear to me like the synthetic price failure, like we're fitting the bill. The bill is, the case is being made currently as I speak. I mean, you can already see in the pre-market here that they're dropping the price. We were at 35.79 earlier, and we're already down to 34.62. So there's going to be a fight today. There's going to be a fight. I do expect lower volume, maybe slightly higher than yesterday, but lower volume in contrast to what we've had in the past. So 75 to 95 million shares traded is low. We want to see something over 100 million. One number that I did not update, which I'm going to have to pull up here real quickly, is the options at the open interest that's at the higher strike price of $145. These are our lottery ticket guys. Our lottery ticket guys have bought 65.9 thousand options, which is pretty impressive. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to chart that down really quick here, because it was 61.1 thousand options. So if I'm wrong this week and we do hit something really crazy like $145, there's going to be a lot of open interest. Lottery ticket winners out there, essentially. That is increasing from 61.1 up to 65.9. I'm just going to put 66. So quite a few options, lottery ticket hunters out there. Okay. And I do want to continue to note for those who are watching that the free float is currently at, I'm sorry. Let me drive back to the page where you can see this, because it's pretty important to see. Webull was the first place to report this, and I had some back and forth conversations with Webull and said, hey, what is going on with your reporting of the free float being 511 million shares when everybody else is reporting like 400 and I think it was 48 million or something like that. and they got back to me and they said, nope, our numbers are checking out, everything looks good. Check with other people. Now everybody else is reporting closer to what they are reporting for free float. The interesting thing about the free float being this high is that it's less than 2 million away from the total amount of shares that are out, which is it means that the insiders own a lot less than they used to, or that they can trade them to the market, that is. So there is some insiders who are still holding some shares that may be available to be sold. The amount can be seen here. I can show it to you in real time, but I added it all up. There's 48.6 million shares available in insiders, which means if you subtract basically 2 million from that number, you get 46.6. So there's about 46.6 million shares that insiders hold that could be sold to the market. And that's not talking about the CEO or any of the executives or anything like that. These are companies. Silver Lake, I believe Wanda has 10,000 shares, and I forgot the name of the other company, but there's another company as well that owns some shares. And that makes up the 46.6 million shares that could be sold back into the marketplace. And so I think that's why our free float went up. So just kind of keep that in the back of your mind. That is some helpful information for us for the future. If something happens, one of those companies, one of those insiders could sell their position, and we would see some kind of weird change. Let me just go ahead and pull this up for you real quickly here. I'm going to go ahead and pull up Ortex on here real fast for you, and just kind of show you what it is I'm talking about. I'm going to go over here to AMC, and insiders are over here. If you go to the 1 month span, it shows you the sell versus buy from the insiders. We're going to go ahead and click on insiders. Come on in here and take a look at it. And you'll see Silver Lake Group has 33.32 million. Mudrick Capital Management has 12.68. So let's just do the quick math here. It should equal to about 46.6 million. So 33.32 plus 12.68 is 46 million. And then Wanda has 10,000 shares. So it'd be 46.1. So I'm off by, there's 50,000 shares out there that I'm not sure exactly who owns them, besides executives or management. Looking through the list, I just see Wanda, but those numbers jive. They're real close, super close. And I think that's basically what it is. Silver Lake Group, Mudrick Capital, and Wanda probably all have the availability to be able to sell those insider shares, which is why our free float is now higher. That's the only thing that I could come up with as to why that could be a possibility that our free float would increase the way that it did. And we are really close, about 20 seconds away. So that's my coverage so far of the market. When we get back from the opening, I will do some more coverage of everything that's some other issues, like how the market's doing in general. But I will see you guys on the end of the opening start for the day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgie. Not a bad start to today. We did test off at $35.47, 48 cents rather, and it looks like we're trying to test it a second time. If the following candlestick is a red candlestick, this would kind of look like a bear trap to me. All right, let's finish off with some of the other technicals that I had not pulled up yet for the morning. Let me pull those up really quickly for you. First off, let's lead off with Stonko Tracker. Notice that the dark pool percentages did not show up. So we're going to refresh this and see if they finally reported. It does not look like they've finally reported at all. Short percentage yesterday was 50.3, which is down almost, it's like almost 10%. Dark pool percentages, I'm not sure why they didn't report, but the numbers that I was getting yesterday was 64.71, which is just a little bit underneath what we had the previous day, last Friday. So, pulling back up the stat page here, you can see that currently our dark pool volume is at 34%. Let's see here. Available amount of shares to borrow has increased. We'll go back to the main screen here. Available amount of shares to borrow has increased here. We were at 0 a little over 2 hours ago. But it does say that they've borrowed 1.75 million shares today, so that's a fair amount. The price is indeed going up. I have a price prediction. Adam's going to be filling in for John this week. He just gave me a price prediction of 36, so I'm going to put him in as I'm going to give him the swing. I'm going to assume that he means that we're going to finish at 36 today, so I'm going to give him the swing of let's see, 34.5 to 37.5. I'll verify with him. And that would be the last price prediction for the day. So I'll put him in here in just a second. Let's go ahead and get him in. He's the only one that I have not updated a price prediction for. So 37.5 is the upper. And this is just for fun guys. It's not fun guy. It's fun guy, fun guy. I'm really surprised by the price going up like it is. I would not be surprised if we had a reversal at some point. Okay, that is locked in. We got our price predictions in for the day. So far, we are beating the expectations for two of us, which is myself and Eric, and we are definitely heading up towards hitting some numbers. Now, if we hit $38, you know, there's a very good chance at $38 that we end up seeing massive amounts of FOMO hitting, and hopefully that FOMO can drive us past. The number that we want to get past is 45. The reason we want to get past 45 is there's this gray area. It's like the perfect zone for the stock to die out. It's where you have investors not wanting to buy more shares at $40 because the price is overinflated in their opinions versus $45 where, you know, that's once we push past that 45 mark, people kind of start having even more FOMO and like, wow, this is really taking off. I need to get in on this before it gets too far. So there's kind of like this key price point. Now, if we don't ever quite make it that high, you know, we could stall out here on 36.52, which is the level of resistance that we're struggling with right now. But let's look at the overall market here for just a second. I'm going to put on the stats page while we wait for it so you guys can kind of look over the stats. I'm going to switch it over to the market page and wait for that to update so we can kind of talk about, I guess I'll update the dark pools and see where those are at and see how much they're changing. Okay, so it looks like we got about a 30% of the volume being traded in the dark pools at this point, which is about half as much as there usually is. So that's interesting. Heading back to the main page, You can see right now as it stands, we have 5,140 decliners to 1,545 advancers in the market. The NASDAQ is down 0.82%. The Dow Jones is down 0.77%. The S&P is down 0.62%. Robinhood is up 2.78%, just slightly over the price, their opening IPO price. Amazon is down 1.34%. Cinemark is up 0.27%. Doge is down 0.2. GME is up 0.37%, and we are up 2% for the day so far. We are starting to stall out on 36.52, and we do look to be having a little bit of a reversal. On a 30-minute interval, we're not too oversold quite yet. 66.83, 70 is kind of the upper limit, so we're getting there. On a 5-minute interval, we are definitely oversold at 73. So yeah, now would either be a time for consolidation, or you could see a little bit of a retraction. Hopefully, we would hold at 35.48. If we're checking inflow versus outflow, currently we have 49 to 52, so it's a 3-point spread. We're currently at 7.91 million shares traded in about 10 minutes into this. So that's a pretty good chunk of volume right now. Most of our columns of volume are over 500,000 shares per minute, which is the amount you would need to try and hit like 200 million shares traded in a day. Now, of course, we know this is going to level out over time as the day goes on, but we'll just continue to watch that volume and see how much it levels out by. What we don't want to see is one of those days where we get to like 10 a.m. My time, which would be 11 Eastern time, and basically having, like volume just drop off to nothing. Like I said before, the closer we get to $38, the more FOMO that's going to be hitting, and people will be buying. There's going to be massive amounts of buying pressure at that point. Once we get past 38 bucks, I'm going to have to draw some new Fibonacci retracements because I don't have anything that would match what we've got going here. Somebody just pointed out that on the monthly chart, that can't be right. Oh, I see. On a 1-month chart, that if we could get rid of my insanity of lines that are in here, that we have a beautiful George W. happening on the a big term, basically like since 8/2 to current day. So basically like a half month George W. formation. If that were to complete, we would probably end our price range somewhere around $38.25. I think that would be a completion of the George W. And then at that point the price would continue to move up further. Like I said, $38, it's a magic number. That's where you're going to see a lot of people really kind of second guessing where the price is going and deciding that they want to get in on this. So that's going to be what we want to try and hit if we're going to continue to push past, the $40 threshold, I guess. We are indeed struggling to try and get past 36.52 here. Consolidation isn't bad right now, especially with RSI being high. but it's looking like a really good day today. This is not what I was expecting. I was expecting today to be a down day, ever so slightly by about $1.50 or so. So this is way exceeding my expectations. If you look at the options, this is putting a lot of options out of the money. Let's pull it up real quick and just take a look at that. And there we just blew past that 36.52 pretty quickly. I just want to pull these options up here. I know it's really fun to watch our stock price go up, but I do want you to see the amount of options, the puts that are out there. There's more calls than there is puts. However, it looks to me like, I mean, we've got in the money for the puts, there's only 46,000 versus the in the money for the calls is 91,400. Did I say in the money for puts? In the money puts is 46 to the 91 calls. Sometimes I talk and I don't even, I say it faster than I'm thinking it. Okay, we are driving past $37. Like I said before, if we make it up to 38 bucks, I'm gonna have to draw some new Fibonacci retracements to kind of see where our levels of support and resistance are. But so far we are up 4% for the day. This is looking really nice. We're blowing past all of our expectations for the day today. I'm gonna have to say I might have been wrong. You know, we might have been further along in the progression pattern than I had anticipated. I thought we were a little bit further back. So I'm going to record these as new highs because they are. 36.18 was the last previous high that I had, so I'm going to be modifying that to $37.33, which puts us on a 6-day run. Is that correct? 6 days? Yes, it is. A 6-day run of 27% increase in price. So this is looking really nice. And of course, I'll be updating this as it goes. Let's check inflow versus outflow. $96 to $83, so there's a 13-point spread now. So we do have a little bit of a stair step laddering up going on. I'm really surprised by the dark pool situation to see that they are trading as low as they are. Let me pull that up one more time. It was only 30% last time I checked it. Let me go ahead and refresh that screen one more time, and we'll see where we're at currently. Yeah, it's still reporting 30.01%, so it hasn't updated yet. Or that's what it is. You know, our 30-day average is 61. So when you put that into consideration, well, let's see here. What do we got? Where are the changes at? The changes are there's way more trading on the NASDAQ, the NYSE right now than normal. The 30-day average for the NASDAQ GSM is 7.48, and we're trading at 25.58. So massive amounts more on the NASDAQ. The NYSE is exactly the same situation. The CBOE EDGX is trading ever so slightly higher than the 30-day average. So I would say that there's definitely more shares being traded off of the dark pool than there normally is. Let's see, 20. Does it equate to, yeah, yep. The other remaining 30% of that's missing off our dark pools is being traded in the NASDAQ and the NYSE. So we're getting actual trades on the open market, the lit market. That's great. That's awesome to see. Why that's happening, I couldn't tell you. I'd like to say, hey, Gary Gensler's doing his job, but I can't say that. I don't know what's happening. I don't have any. I don't have any insight as to what's happening in the background of what's going on. I'm a plebe just like the rest of us. Plebe ape. Okay, so here comes a little bit of a correction. We're going to want to see 3652 hold if we possibly can. We've tested 30, it looks like around 3760. It's a little bit lower than the 3780 level of resistance, so this Fibonacci might be slightly off. We'll watch and see what happens. Let's see, we have a sell wall at 3713 and 30. I'll kind of move into the order 2 level 2 book a little closer. 3696 is a sell wall. So they're trying to keep us past those points. It's gone. Okay, now there's a bigger wall now at 3696. If we're watching these numbers over here, look for single digits. If you see single digits showing up over here, that's a short ladder attack. So watch for that to happen over here. You're looking for single digits right underneath where, or right above where my mouse is pointing right now. There was a 6. Usually it's like 1s, 5s, you know, just there's a 2, couple 2s right there. So we're definitely getting short ladder attacks right now. I'm going to continue to upload that dark pool statistics and see if it's changing at all. I do want to see when it changes next. I don't know how often it updates. Volume is currently at 15 million shares traded at 22 minutes in. So nice volume levels. It looks like most of our columns of volume are running over 500,000 shares a minute. 500 million. Can you imagine? That would be insanity. Yeah, we're kind of pushing down into the 400 range. But this is definitely helping out our ability to have more momentum moving back up again because it's helping to keep the RSI lower. So a nice. My tongue is still swollen from this last weekend, guys. This is a nice movement upwards, and a nice ladder stepping effect that you see. The opposite of the ladder attacks down. One thing I do want to pull up here as an indicator is the Bollinger. We traded outside the Bollinger cloud on this first portion of this swing up. However, after we took that first step down, we're inside the Bollinger cloud, which is it means that this is natural growth. I think that's what that would indicate. There might have been a little bit of unnatural growth happening here. Or what I would consider to be an outlier movement. So you can see that the upper Bollinger standard deviation is starting to drop, which means that since the lower standard deviation is increasing, what that means is there's a little bit less volatility. So the band is narrowing, and we're kind of coming down in price to the closer to the gosh, I'm going to forget it again. The exponential moving average. I had to look over to see what it was. VWAP is just a little bit lower than exponential moving average. So, it looks like, we might be coming into an area where we're kind of testing a bottom. We are up 3.22% for the day. Let's see how GME looks in contrast. Pretty close to the same. I think if you were to put those side by side, they look almost identical. I really am curious about this dark pools. I want to see if that trend is going to continue moving forward. I'll have to update again later, but I have not seen the dark pools trade so low and percentage-wise, because currently we're at 30% trading. From what I can see, we're at 30% traded in the dark pools so far, which is like half the amount that we normally trade in the dark pools, which is why we could be having such a positive movement today. If you guys have any questions or want to see any data, let me know. I do believe that a lot of what's helping today out would especially be the institutional ownership. Now, if I go back to the stats page real quick, if you look in the top right-hand corner, active positions, if you draw your eyes down to where it says total institutional shares and then move to the right where it says 134.495 million shares out there, that is up 7 million from yesterday. So, like I said before, we have 18 million over the last 2 days. We've had 18 million shares purchased by the institutions. That's definitely some power moving behind this stock and helping price to increase. If they're able to keep those shares off the dark pools, which I would think these would be mostly dark pool trades, but if they can keep them off the dark pools and trade them in the lit market, then that could be part of the reason why we're seeing such a huge difference in dark pool trading so far today. But I would expect to see that change at some point. So we are now 30 minutes into the day with 17.38 million shares traded so far. I just want to go back to May 17th real quick. I want to look back just a tad. I feel like okay, so I felt like the pattern that I felt like where we were at in the pattern was May 17th, like yesterday would have been May 17th. And they didn't have an increase the next day like we're having currently. So today I thought was going to be something more like this. And I'd say that we're having something that looks a little more like this. So if we've somehow bypassed this section right here, moved from this to something that looks more like this, then and if it's somehow because the dark pools aren't trading there the way that they should be, that would be awesome. Moving straight from this into something like this would be great. I don't mind that. I'm okay with it. Not what I would have expected, but I'm okay with it. Okay, 3652. That's the number to watch. Are we going to be able to support that level of support, or are they gonna break us through it? Watch that bid side. We'll watch it here a little bit. I'm seeing some low numbers. Let's watch in on that. I'm seeing some low numbers in there, so we're getting ladder attack down. Okay, so it looks like that $36.52 held so far, which is good. We're still getting short ladder attack though. You can see the small numbers showing up over here on the bid side. You're looking for those anything between 1 and 10 shares. There's a 7. There's a 1. Let me refresh Ortex and make sure that 1.28 million shares is indeed what they've borrowed for the day, because that is lowering. Okay, it did slightly change. So we're at 1.27 million shares. Short share interest is down to 18.95%. But I need to modify. So the shares amount of borrowed shares earlier was 1.79 million. We're at 1.27 now. So the amount of shares borrowed is decreasing. I do like to see bigger numbers. Yesterday there was 2.13 million shares returned, which is part of the reason why our utilization went down. It actually could have gone down more, but the total amount of shares that were available to borrow went down as well. So the shares left to borrow is 9.85 million shares. I'm going to head back to the stats page real quick here and enter everybody else's information in. Pretty sure, actually, I think, where did everybody start the day at? I think we all started neutral. Maybe the only person that didn't start neutral was... Nope, we all started neutral. So we're all neutral for the day today. Let me go ahead and pull up Twitter. I don't see anything in particular on Twitter that would stand out. Boy, I really hope that I'm just wrong about the synthetic price failure coming. Um, I really did feel like what we were seeing was the synthetic price failure incoming. Hence the title for the video for today, the feed. New high of 37.6 brings us to 27.9% increase in price since the last low of 29.4 back on 8/11. Today will be, I believe, our fourth straight day of increases if we do indeed continue to keep the price up today. Inflow versus outflow. Let's check that real quick. We are 16 points higher on the inflow versus outflow. So it's a pretty good amount. Let me just check this real quick and see if I can draw up something here. Not quite. Wow, this is from the Motley Fool. One metric working in AMC stock's favor right now. Notice that they say only one. They say that the one thing that's working for us is that people are actually going out and spending money on movies. What do you expect, man? People have been trapped up in their homes forever. Like sometimes you just got to get out. Like I know, like the general tendency for people is to want to hermit. Um, but you know what? After a while, it gets old, and sometimes you just want to go out and do stuff. And I think people are missing community. And I really feel like that's what, that's kind of about what we stand for here. I think a lot of us stand for community, and we're tired of seeing things happen the way they are. And as a community, we're standing together and making this stand. Um, so yeah, welcome to people resisting being hermits. That might be good for the rich people who don't want to be out in the public because they're tired of being bothered by uh, society or whatever, people out to get their money or whatever, and they just want to hermit in their homes. But people do want to get out. They want to get out. They want to be social. They want to interact together. People want to go to the movie theaters, be in a movie theater of 50, 60, 70 people, and have an amazing scene happen in a movie, and everybody gasp all at once, and or watch somebody in front. Have you ever? This is probably me, but have you ever been sitting in a movie theater and somebody like jumps so bad the popcorn flies out of their out of their hands? That's pretty funny when that happens. That's right, Hoagie. We will not go quiet into the night. I might have to remove my synthetic price failure incoming. I'm gonna keep it there for the day, But at the end of the day, if we don't have a price reversal, I might have to get rid of it, and I'm just gonna have to say that I was just dead wrong about my prediction for the day today. I really did feel like we were gonna see a down day for today. It still could happen, but I'll tell you what the big indicator that I'm seeing that's different about today than usual, and it's the dark pool trading amount. Okay, it's closer to on scale now, so check it out. Earlier, it was reporting only 30% traded in the dark pools. If we come over to the stats page now, I just updated it, and you'll see that it's up to 54.9% now traded in the dark pools. So we are getting more back on track with what we normally trade in the dark pools. They are suppressing the movement at this point. So in the very beginning of the hours, they were not suppressing, but obviously they've started moving trades over to the dark pools to suppress the price. So maybe more of the status quo. Good afternoon. The shorts are bleeding every day. Every day that we continue to hold, they will eventually bleed out and lose grip. I feel that they are holding on for as long as possible until all rules and regulations are in place. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I've felt like that for a while, honestly. It really has felt like, the government's kind of been trying to like let them do what it is that they do in order to keep this from just blowing up before they have all the rules and regulations in place. Definitely, I would agree to that. AP, I just want to let you know that I don't know how you feel about this, but there is a chance, I might ask you if you'd want to do an interview and just see how you feel about that. Keep it as just kind of keep it open as an idea that I might ask you in the near future, and we'll talk through private chat on Reddit. But I just kind of want to throw it out there. I want to interview the community, and if you've got good DD, I want to put it up there and I want to show it, and have everybody give everybody the chance to find out who you are, what makes you tick, and why you think the way that you think. So just kind of keep that in mind. I had talked about it at the end of the show. I think it was yesterday, but I'm not sure that you had heard it at the time. So the price increase that we just had went from 9:30 until 9:50, which is 20 minutes. So 20 minutes on top of that would be 10:10, which is we're already past. So it would have been right about here. So the price increase that we're having right now could be the end of the pennant. So I may have been a little late to drawing this for you guys. So I apologize, but the pennant could have looked like this, touching off those 2 points right there. And I might have been just a little late getting to this. So here's 10:10 right here on this candlestick. And so we broke out just a little bit past that. This is probably the breakout of the pennant from the nice drive up this morning. So I apologize for sometimes I see these patterns just a little late. But that would have been probably the pennant that you would have drawn from the movement that we had from earlier this morning. Yeah, I'll shoot you a message, man. There's probably a level of resistance at 3760. I know I've got one up here at 3780. That might be slightly off. Most of my Fibonacci retracements are for lower values, and I have to draw some new ones as we get closer to 38. I can go ahead and move that down ever so slightly to kind of match up with where we touched last time. It might look a little something probably a lot like this, if I had to guess. Yeah, I see support in this because it makes a bottom right here, top. That looks a little bit better. So I will redraw as we get closer to $38. If we pass 38 bucks, I will redraw my Fibonacci retracement so we get a better idea of levels of support and resistance moving up into new levels. Now remember, guys, the key number is 38. As we hit 38, if we're on a really nice movement upwards, passing and blowing through 38, that's where the FOMO is going to hit, and it's going to be the FOMO that we need in order to try and drive through $40 to $45. So my hope is that we get a really strong push here. Perhaps we blow through the 37.57 level of resistance that's coming up here, and if we surpass $38. Hopefully what we end up seeing is a whole bunch of retail investors saying, holy crap, I got to get on this, especially at the time in the morning right now. People are waking up to this and seeing this right now. They're going like, holy crap, when I went to bed, we weren't this high, right? So they're looking at this and they're waking up to this going, oh crap, I better get in on this before it blows up too far before they head into work. Work's just starting in some places. People on the West Coast might be just getting up here soon. So this is what people are looking at right now. You might have, if we can blow past this $38 mark, then we'll get people coming in here, I think, and buying. They might see some buying pressure. If we can't, then that's going to be kind of like a level that we kind of bounce off of. And then we'll have to find some kind of support in here to keep the price from dropping. I'm going to go on the record as stating, as you can see from the title of today, is synthetic price failure incoming. Currently, we stand at a 27.9% increase from the last previous low of 29.40. So 37.60 is 27.9% more. It's a 6-day run. That would be kind of like typical for us to see a synthetic price failure. It's right in that range for both time and value percentage that we've gone up. So this is why I feel like the synthetic price failure is incoming. I'm on record as stating that. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But this is where we could see the reversal and heading back down. The good thing about it is next week I'm super, super bullish. But I just want to check here real quick. What is 20% down from 37.60? Let's see. I'll just do the calculator because it's so much easier. So that'd be $30. So if we do have a synthetic price failure, that lower level that I was talking about before of $29 has now moved up to $30 because of the price run that we had this morning. So not as bad of a price drop as I had previously expected, but still, it's going to make people think. And that's the whole point of these price failures. The synthetic price failures are psychological attacks on us to become paper-handed bitches. That's what it's for. It's designed and built that way. I'm just quoting. I'm just quoting Charles Payne. I really like that guy, by the way. I love underdogs. ever since I've been young, I've always been like really into the underdogs. Um, I don't know how old most of you are, but I used to play this game called Super Tecmo Bowl. It was a football game. Played on the really old Nintendo system. Um, for my 16th birthday, I remember I had a sleepover with like 8 or 9 guys, and we played Super Tecmo all the way through the entire night and entire season. And I got so good at that game that I would play as like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, which is not a bad team now, but back then they were just a horrific team. Or the Green Bay Packers, again another really bad team back in those days, and now much better. But I would play as those teams just as a handicap because I was so good at the game. That one and Contra, I was really super good at Contra too. I could finish Contra without losing a single life, and I could play it like multiple times through until I could build up to 30 lives without using the cheat code. I I was sick, man. I was sick in the head. It's the only time those 2 games right there are probably the only 2 games in my life that I've ever. There might have been one other, but there's those are primarily the only 2 games that I've ever spent that much time on, and just learned them inside and out. I watch some of these people do these like Mario runs, uh, speed runs and stuff, and it's just like insane to me the stuff that they memorize. Okay, I still see. I mean, this the pennant broke here. This is where the pennant broke. But I'm seeing a wedge formation, so I'm gonna go ahead and draw it because it's there. Let's draw it out. See where it goes. I would say that this should break out going up. Um, actually, no, it doesn't matter where I draw that one. I'll put it out. I guess right there is fine. Okay, the inflow versus outflow is 192 outflow to 218 inflow. Wow. 26? Is my math right? Yeah. 26-point spread. Not bad. It's pretty decent. Okay, it looks like we're gonna go break through the wedge here and possibly test that 37.57 again. Oh, here we go, busting through. Look at that. Holy smokes! Here comes 38, guys. I mean, this could be it. This is the moment where it's do or die. We either bust through 38 and win our award of FOMO buyers, and punch through the $40 to $45 grayscale, or we end up consolidating between 38 and 40. What we don't want to see happen is getting stuck in that gray area of 40 to 45. We get stuck in there and anything can happen. I don't know if you guys can hear my bird in the background. That's not my bird, it's my stepdaughter's bird, but he seems extra happy today. Maybe it's a sign. Okay, we fell down below that level of I'm gonna call it a level of resistance. We didn't break through it enough. I'm gonna go ahead and update some of my pages. We'll check out and see where we are at some of our. Actually, I'm in about 6 minutes. We'll do a little technical analysis on everything and run through all the numbers. We'll just kind of follow everything for about 6 more minutes. We'll do like a 9:30 update. I'm trying to get more onto a regular schedule of doing things during certain intervals. What you guys will notice when you come to, like, if you want to go to yesterday's video, what you can do is you can look at it, and there's going to be in the description box, there's going to be timestamps for specific things that I may talk about or specific times where I go over technical analysis. So if you want to go to those specific times, you can just click on the button and it takes you straight there, and you can watch the video from that point. So I'm trying to get a little more advanced here. I bet hedge fund suffers from FOMO phobia. Yeah, I mean it's real, man. FOMO is real. Dude, I remember. I'm getting some kind of error here saying you guys are getting a lot of feedback. Anyways, there was a time at work where this is the funniest thing. So I never thought FOMO could work on a downside, but I saw it in somebody's eyes. There was a day, I don't remember when it was. It was when the price was like $10 or something like that, and it slipped down underneath $10 to like 8. And I was walking out of work. We were getting done with the day, and one of the guys at my work kind of poked some fun at me. He goes, "Hey, did you see the price of AMC?" I was like, "Yeah, I did. I gave him my best trades laugh I could possibly do. I laughed like a crazy person, and then I said, "Yeah, man, that's great. I bought some more." And the look in his eyes instantly went from like, "I'm gonna needle you," to FOMO. I could see it in his eyes. Like he literally had this moment. Like he saw my excitement about being able to buy shares at a lower price, and it scared him that he was missing out on something. And it was so classic. It was so awesome to see his eyes just kind of go into this mode of like this, like, what am I missing out on? I don't understand. And it was funny. Every day after that, when we started really picking up in price, he's like, "Oh, I told you, man. I told you it was gonna go up in price." And I was like, Yeah." It was funny to me. It was just funny. I'd nod and shake my head. We're really struggling trying to get past 37.57. Let's see if the dark pool trades volume has changed any. Nope. Okay, no change there. Like I said, we'll cover the technicals here in just about in 2 more minutes. So while we are waiting, I'm going to refresh my screens. I wish I could have shown you guys this, but and I didn't pull it up earlier for you guys, but I want to let you know that AMC was trading on Fidelity at about a 50-50 ratio. Like there's 50% buys to 50% sells. So I'll show you here in what it is in a minute, but it's definitely gone to more buys than sells. So the FOMO is starting to kick in. It's creeping in. It's really difficult for people to see prices just jump like this. It's difficult to not want to jump in on something that could be great. I am surprised. I'm still surprised. that dark pools are not more over traded currently. Sorry, I was looking at something there. Couldn't talk and look at it at the same time. Okay, yeah, the numbers are going up in the dark pools, guys. So I'm going to go ahead and switch over to it. It just updated. Okay, let's do a technical analysis, run over everything here. First, we'll start off with the dark pool volume, pointing at it right here. The dark pools, if you see my picture, is right next to my head here. Hello, dark pools. They are currently at 62.91% traded for the day of our total volume at 13 million. Keep in mind that we are an hour into trading with 30 million, roughly 30 million shares traded so far. That's pretty decent. Let's see, as far as other technicals that have changed, we are currently at 1.28 million shares borrowed for the day, which is up ever so slightly. It was 1.27 earlier. Short share interest of the free float is 18.95%. Moving along, if you want to look at options, let's check those out really quick here and see where we're at. On the right hand side of the screen there, if you scroll down to, looks like $40 strike price on the call options, is the most amount of volume that we have. We have not checked this out this morning's current levels of volume. So that is up to 31.9, the highest level of support in volume. On the put side, the highest level of support is at $25 with 6.4 thousand options at a $25. So that's a really big spread between the two guys. It's a $40 call to a $25 put. I mean, there's a lot of puts that are out of the money right now. A lot. Wow. This is to me, based on what I'm seeing, this is the start of a gamma squeeze. I mean, if we finish out this week continuously pushing up like this, there's gonna be so many puts out of the money, it's not even funny. And this is definitely what a beginning of a gamma squeeze would look like. You guys should be definitely pumped about this. My volume prediction today is going to be off once again. I had 75 to 95 million shares predicted for volume, and we're just blowing that out of the water right now, which I think is what do I chalk that up to? Of course, what I chalk it up to is more FOMO. So our pre-market levels do not support what our daily levels of volume are at. So I'm not able to use my pre-market levels of volume to kind of dictate what's happening. So, and that's FOMO, right? People see the price raising, and all of a sudden they rush in to buy the stock because they want to try and get in on this amazing deal. And so that's what it is. It's looking really good. On a 30-minute interval, our excuse me, our RSI is oversold at 76.12. Sorry, I said oversold, overbought at 76.57. At a 5-minute interval, I'm sure it's high also, 72.94. They are high, so I would expect to see some kind of consolidation at some point. But those dark pools, going back, those dark pools, 62.91. Did I point that out? 62.91% of the dark pools are being traded, which is more on track with what we normally do, and yet we're still seeing a massive buy, a massive price increase. I mean, I shouldn't say massive. These aren't massive numbers, but compared to what we've seen recently, these are massive numbers. Massive numbers is what happens when you see a gamma squeeze. These are incredible numbers. No, they're not even incredible. They're nice. Nice numbers. I love this. Some joker over here. He's got the, you can't see it because my picture's in the way. There was one share for sale at $99,999. Yeah, I gotta love these guys. So funny. All right, here we are. We're gonna try and break 38 bucks. Let's check how the rest of the market is doing real quick. While we're doing that, I'm gonna go ahead and pull up the numbers one more time. Oh, actually, you're still on the numbers. I apologize. What did I want to show you there? I would expect utilization to go up tomorrow, especially since they borrowed more shares today so far, and I would imagine that these borrowed shares is going to continue to go up more and more throughout the day if they want to try to suppress the price. So moving over to the main page, though, I've got the data here for the rest of the market. We have advancers at 1,875 to decliners of 4,519. So the market as a whole is hurting. The Nasdaq is down 0.7. You can see why people would want to be driven into buying AMC at this point. You know, when you have the market hurting as much as it is, and you see an indicator that AMC is growing, you might have people who are going to dump some of their other investments and move on over. We have the Dow Jones down negative 0.77% and the S&P 500 down negative 0.54%. The heat map just changed down here at the bottom, like the whole market besides oil and gas, a little bit of the health sector and pharmaceuticals are pretty much the only thing that's doing decently. Robinhood is underneath their opening IPO price of $48 at $47.86, but they're up 1.42% for the day. Amazon is down negative 0.76%. Cinemark is up 0.48%. Doge is up down 1.84%. GME, let's see how they look, is up 2%. They look just like us. It is eerily similar in nature. We are definitely married right now. All right, 38.15, guys. This is where I said that I would delete my previous Fibonacci retracements. When I do this, what I want to do is I want to zoom out a little bit, and I want to kind of take a look at the overall picture of what we have going, because I don't have a very good picture of that, typically speaking, because of a lot of the lines that I have in here. So this is where we stand right now. It's really nice looking. This is on a daily chart right here. So each one of these candlesticks represents 1 day of time. There's really nice growth happening today. You know, we might be at the end of the parabolic signal. RSI is at 52.26 on the daily, which is not bad. It's like right down the middle. If we pulled up our Bollinger, hold on a second, I gotta sneeze. If we pull up the Bollinger, you can see that we're trading inside of the upper and the lower. So we are indeed inside the cloud. MACD, somebody had pointed out that MACD was starting to have a reversal since our increase. You know, this is where the price decreased for a while, and the MACD started increasing over the last 3 days. So all of this looks super, super, super good. I'm loving it. On a 1 hour chart, RSI is high, but not on the daily. Of course, the 30, everything below the daily is going to have high RSI as of right now because of our daily movement today. All right, so let's try to get a new Fibonacci retracement here and try and figure out where it is that we're going. So what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to swing out just a little bit to probably the 1 hour chart and see if I can find something kind of in this range, price range here. Looks like maybe something around here might be a good place to take a sampling from, but better would be something like this right here. This is actually what we want to see. We want to see from 31 up to 46. This is the exact movement we want to see. So let's go ahead and take a Fibonacci off of that and see, you know, where our major lines of support and resistance are. So we're going to go right here up to there. Lock it, yellow it, boom. And you can see at If we come back in and we zoom on this, you can see that we have a level of resistance at 38.87, which we're approaching right now. I'm going to take a look at some of the other lines in here, see how they hold up with levels of support and resistance that have occurred in the past. Looks like that's good right there. This is good. I could go with this. Okay, but I'm going to try and find something. I usually draw two, kind of like a massive one, and then something that's a little more defined in on a specific period of time. So now what I'm going to try and find is the specific period of time that I'm going to look for, or price range that I'm going to be looking for now, is something in between 38 and maybe like 42. So let's check. We're going to start at 38, looking for price ranges that start at 38. There's a huge run-up right there. It's going to be hard to find. 42 is right in this range here. That's 35 to 40. We really don't have anything that's quite the same. We're in sort of uncharted territory. All right, I'm going to take this one right here. It's such a small one, but I'm going to take it. And since that's in blue, I'm going to come back over here and see how some of this holds up. Sorry guys, I know this is a little time consuming and arduous to watch, if those are the right words. Let's see how this looks here. We have some of our lines kind of overlapping a little bit. 38.60. I would have liked to have seen these numbers kind of support something a little bit lower. Oh, it looks like this one's not bad. If I move this up just ever so slightly, those lines kind of intersect. I kind of like this. It's not bad. I think I'm going to do that right there. I'm just kind of manually adjusting it just ever so slightly. Let's try it. Let's go with that. And it's kind of foobarred a little bit, but we'll run with it and see how it looks over time. Okay, moving back down to the 1 minute scale. Let's check on how we're doing. So we blew past this level of support at 38.23, and it looks like we're kind of coming up on 38.87. Sorry, I hadn't been watching. Mr. Grimm says, is it puts out of the money or calls in the money that cause the gamma? Do they have to delta hedge on both? They do. They do have to delta hedge on both, and it is they're hedging on both sides of that, right? So, but if you'll notice, if we pull up the options really quickly here, I looked at that earlier, and we have 117,000 options in the money currently on the call side versus 40 out of the money. Or sorry, versus 287 out of the money. That's so many puts out of the money. That is so much. There's not even close to enough in the money to delta hedge against the out of the money puts. It's pretty sick. It's pretty sick, and this definitely looks. I mean, I was saying it earlier. I don't know if you were on, but this definitely looks like the beginnings of a gamma squeeze. I mean, that's what I'm calling. That's what I'm saying it looks like. But I'm not an expert by any means. But my goodness, those are some. They're not hedging enough on the in the money side in order to make up for how much they have out of the money and puts. It's pretty sick. That's the only word I got for it. Sick numbers. But yeah, volume's starting to slow down a little bit here. If we kind of look at volume, let's see, where are we at here? You guys are looking at the correct screen. If we look at volume down here on the bottom side, you know, you want to see these numbers kind of averaging. You know, if we were to have a, let's say, for example, 100 million share traded for the day, what you'd want to see is about 250,000 shares traded per minute. And we're averaging, our VMA is well over that. It's in the 500 range, which puts us at closer to 200 million shares traded for the day. And when you consider that that's getting awfully darn close to half the total amount of existing shares, that's impressive. Those are impressive numbers. And it's not even close to what, you know, if we did actually have a gamma squeeze, we're going to see numbers traded in the day that exceed our total amount of outstanding shares by 4 times easily. We are dropping in price now. We're going to be heading back down and testing 38.23. It does look like we dropped below that. Do I have it on the one? I do have it on the 1 minute. You know, so this is it's hard to say if this is just we're overbought and we're having a bit of a correction here. We'll watch it for a minute, see what happens. Staying above $38. Honestly, the last thing I want to see happen is this hit $40 and stall out. So I'm happy that it's stalling out between 38 and 40 instead of 40 to 45. 40 to 45 is that key gray area we want to stay out of. We know for a fact that that's a hedge fund gray zone. There's a lot of investors who are unwilling to buy in between 40 and 45. Once you blow past 45 decently, like you're on a very good upswing, then that's the time where investors start putting more money in again because they're confident that the price is going to continue up. But there is this gray area between 40 and 45. So stalling out between 38 and 40 is not a bad thing. I'm definitely okay with that. I haven't even checked like Twitter or Reddit to see if they're blowing up, but I can only imagine the meme posts that are coming in right now. Let's check our. Let's see. I wanted to look at the inflow versus outflow. Holy smokes. Okay, 43 plus 3. So 46-point spread. Last week, I just want to point out, last week, I think it was Friday, we had a 40-point spread and we only went up like 60 cents. The fact that we have about the same amount of a spread right now and we're up $2.50 shows that there's a drastic difference between what's happening right now versus what was happening on Friday. Let's go back to the dark pools. I want to revisit those real quickly. I don't know how often that page updates, and I want to check it again. 62.91 was what it was at. Okay, it's still the same. I don't know how often it updates. I'm going to keep checking it, though. It does say that it updated at 9:20. I bet you it updates probably every 30 minutes, if I had to guess. We'll check it again here in a little bit. Yeah, this is looking decent, guys. I'm gonna have to say I feel like I was really wrong telling you guys that there's an incoming synthetic price failure. I'm gonna go ahead and call it that until, you know, that's the name of the show for the day today. Everything that I monitor over time is indicating a synthetic price failure coming, but at 38.77, we are now on a 31.9% increase. The last time we had that high, actually, wasn't that long ago. Excuse me. We went up from 28.57 to 38.23, from 8.5 to 8.10. It was a 4-day swing where we increased 33.8%. So we're not quite there. We're close. But then when we hit that top of 38.23, we had a reversal down to 29.40 over, whoa, 1 day. In 1 day's time. Is that right? From 8.10 to 8.11, we went down 23.1%. Interesting. You know, so it could happen. We're at that point where, you know, synthetic price failure could be coming in. If it did drop 20% from where we're at right now, we'd be looking at, I think it was like the, you know, 30.5 bucks or so. What does it say our share, our borrowed shares is at? I haven't looked at it. 1.28. Is that accurate? Let's refresh and see. 1.11. Okay, so shares are being returned. It was 1.28 and it's now down to 1.11. Short share interest is at 18.92%. Going back to the page real quickly, guys, just so you can see it, I will update the options, and let's just look at the numbers real quick. Let me update the page. We should see that change here. Okay. Let's look at our total volume. So if you draw down to the $40 call options, you have 43.5 thousand shares. Sorry, 43.5 thousand options. Ugh, I gotta get these words in my mouth correctly. 43.5. And then on the put side, the most amount of volume is now changed to $35. It was at $25. It is now changed to $35. And the most amount of volume is currently at 10.4. So we currently have 4-to-1 ratio on calls over puts with a $5 spread between them in volume. That's nasty. Nasty. That's so nasty. I feel like the hedge funds are talking dirty to us. talk dirty to McKen. Talk dirty. Oh man. All right, let's watch what's happening here. Because you know the stair-stepping down action here is looks like it's a ladder attack. They've got to get this price down. If they don't get this price down, this is just going to be so nasty for them. It's going to hurt really, really bad. The last thing they want to do is see us hit $40 like right now, like this early on in the week. All right, I'm going to look at Twitter real quick. I'm going to see what's blowing up on Twitter here. I don't know who this person is, but I think they're funny. Somebody was responding to, if you ever make a comment on an offline video, like a live video that I've done like a week ago, or like whatever day it may have been that you comment on it, I may not get it right away. I'm trying to get better about looking at comments and stuff that people make, but I actually had somebody who had put in a question asking what the 3 indicator True Demons uses. And I didn't get back to him, but what the great thing is I've got awesome people here. I don't know who Dennis Nielsen is, but and I haven't seen him honestly on here before, but he came in and said and pasted the stuff in there, and I said Dennis nailed it, and he goes yes, I'm very good at copy pasting. That's how I past teacher's ed. I love you guys. You guys are great. It's all awesome. But yeah, if I don't respond to you, I apologize. I'm trying to get used to uh, looking at comments and stuff like that. I'm still kind of I'm brand new at this, guys. This is all new to me, so I'm trying my best to not be an old person and not understand technology and what's going on with all this stuff. But I've never been a YouTube streamer before. This is new to me. All of it's new. But I do appreciate if Dennis happens to pick this up or is listening ever. I do appreciate you answering that question for me. Apes together strong, for sure. Okay, this could be the moment where we're either going to stair step back down here or we're going to shoot back up. Let's see what ends up happening. Moment of truth. Looks like we found a level of support right around 37.73. So it could test back down that low before bouncing back up a second time. My Fibonacci's are not covering that perfectly. I might have to adjust them just slightly. I feel like they're just slightly off. I'm gonna make a change. I might regret it later. Don't mess with Fibonacci. Let it do its numbers. Sometimes I just don't draw them very well, and you can see it's actually support. Whatever I just changed right there actually supports this level of support line right here from earlier. So that's kind of how I check it to see if see if there are instances where it bounces off of them and does what it's supposed to do. Okay, so we did continue to drop back down. Our next level of support is at $37. This says here that this was posted by Type C Forced ST Forced Type C Forced. Says played login provider for Say Technologies got sued over data sharing. Looks like their Played settled a $58 million lawsuit over alleged consumer data sharing. This was written in August 9th of 2021, which is a little over a week ago. Oh, looks like we'll be getting a class action lawsuit against them, against Played. Interesting. Well, congratulations, guys! You just you just received 60 cents, according to this article. If all 98 million people were to file a claim, each would receive just 60 cents. We all just got paid for voting. Well, we should hold it to them. We should We should all file for it and each get our 60 cents. That's kind of funny. I've never understood class action lawsuits. Like I always feel like it never really pays the people who are truly damaged for it, and really the money just kind of ends up going to the lawyers. At least the good chunk of change. I think there's something inherently wrong with that. I think the people who are suffering or who have suffered the damages should be receiving the largest portion. Yeah, but what am I? Who am I? Who am I to say? Here's Grillionaire, who's just noticed that the free float went up by 11.01 million. Well, we've covered it, guys, and we've already been there, and it actually went up more than 11 million. So not sure where they're looking at it from, but we're ahead of the game. We've got the answers for things like that. I'm gonna go ahead and comment on it. I think Duncan probably was the one that probably figured it out the best. So the answer is as follows. 1, let's see, how much did the free float increase by? It was 448 million, I believe, before. Well, actually, I know what the answer is. The answer is 40. Basically 46.6 million. So it was like 464. And I believe the free float increased to, oh, I took you guys to the wrong page. It's on the first one here. Free float increased to 511. I'm going to write this up and then I'll read it to you guys. Okay, so I have the answer as follows. The free float was actually increased from 464 million to 511 million. We first noticed increased on Webull last week. I sent extensive messages to them asking them to verify their data, to which they said that after checking, everyone else was reporting incorrectly. So like Yahoo, we noticed that Yahoo was still reporting like 464 earlier. A bunch of other sites were reporting much lower numbers than Webull. Webull actually had the 511 million first. And that's when we started doing some math and figuring out that there were 3 institutions specifically that are insiders that hold enough shares to equal the difference in the change. which basically means that their short, thanks to Duncan, he's saying that their shares are now available to probably be sold. So they have like a time frame in which they are unsellable and then become sellable. So he thinks that they've all crossed that threshold of time to where they now can sell their shares to the market, which equates to 46.6 million shares, essentially. So that's the answer. So two. Let's see. I gotta look them up real quick here. What are they? Silver. Excuse some of the data for disappearing here for a minute, guys. I gotta look this up. The insiders are Silver Lake Group, Mudrick Capital, and Wanda. Okay, so that's the answer. I noticed that 3 of the insiders that still hold position with AMC, Silver Lake Group, Mudrick Capital, and Wanda own about 46 million shares. One of my viewers, admins for my YouTube channel, and I'm going to put Duncan in there. Suspects, and is probably the case, is that those insider shares have probably matured past the date to where they can sell their shares to the market, thus making their shares part of the float. Hope this helps. We'll see. You know, and so the important thing for me, the important thing, oh, what happened to my live chat? It like disappeared. I wonder if it quit working for a little bit. The important thing for me is that, you know, we're all learning here. So if we find out information, it's really important to disseminate that information to everybody so that they understand what's going on. You know, the less wild goose chases we can do, the better. So having important information or knowing information and being on top of things is important because it allows really smart people to start moving on or not having to worry about taking care of smaller issues. I know I used to, working in the engineering field, one of the things that I found was, oftentimes when you best known methods, BKMs. If you can figure out something, if you can create a best known method and allow everybody else to understand what it is that's happening, um, the less you have to worry about working on problems that you've had in the past. So this is what I would identify as like a BKM. We're essentially we're clearing up confusion or mysteries for everybody, and moving past that and being able to work on things that are more important. So I'm glad that we were able to figure that one out. And it's no longer a mystery as to why our float increased from 464 million to 511 million, which is just it was so strange that it happened. It was just like, wait, what happened there? So, what we don't know for a fact is whether or not those three institutions sold those shares to the market. I would say that they probably didn't because I think insiders have to report that when it happens, and we should, if they had sold, we probably would have seen at least a week, maybe afterwards. And I think it's been almost 2 weeks now since we've seen that. So, that's it was a good catch. It was a really good catch. It was great work on Duncan's part, identifying the fact that their shares could be potentially sold at some point once they had passed a certain date. I'm calling it maturing. I'm not sure if that's the right terminology, but apparently there is a period of time where they have to hold those shares, and then once that time ends, those shares are now tradable or able to be traded onto the market. In which case that time may have expired, and that's why we see that the float has now increased. Okay, so this person's post. This is Mr. Turkle on Reddit is saying, where are the FTDs? They're just getting kicked down the road. Let's go ahead. Oh shoot, I left you guys on the wrong page. I'm so sorry. You're looking at some data on the screen going like, what the hell is that? Let's actually pull it up. I'm gonna pull it up on the page here, and I'll just show you what I was looking at. Here's Silver Lake Group LLC with 33.32 million shares. Then you got Medrick Capital with 12.68 million shares, and then at the very bottom, if I drag this down, you got Wanda with 10,000 shares. So they still have outstanding shares there. I would look for those companies to possibly sell. We know that Mudrick doesn't believe in the company. They've sold shares in the past. So we could see them sell shares to the market at some specific point, but I don't believe that it's going to hurt us. It's not something I think that we need to worry about. That's such a small, minuscule amount in contrast. It's not really going to allow the hedgies to cover any kind of significant positions. But let's go back here. What are you guys looking at? I just want to make sure you're looking at the right thing. No new alpha trading signals. I wanted to go back over here and check something out. Okay, borrowed shares changed from, okay, we're still at the same amount, 1.11, 18.92%. There was something specifically I was going to look at, and I can't remember now. Doggone it, I hate it when I lose it like that. Man, it sucks getting old. It'll come to me. It'll come to me whatever it was. Okay, we are testing that level of resistance at 38.18, and it looks like we're kind of trying to push past it here. Not a whole big sell wall there, so I could see us traveling through. We have about 15 more minutes before I go take a break. Oh my gosh. I had up this will return by 8:15 Central Standard Time up there this whole time. I'm back, of course. Let's get rid of that. Yeah, everything's looking really, really nice. I like the data. Since we have about 15 minutes before we go into break, I'm going to go ahead and cut to. Good morning. Good morning, Chris. I'm going to go ahead and cut to doing a little technical analysis. Moving on. Going to go ahead and add a stream marker right here, and we will move into the technicals for the day today. I'm going to go ahead and refresh the screens real quick, and we'll kind of take a look at everything, see where we stand. Just give me 1 second. "15 minutes is about how long it usually takes me to kind of cover most of the information. Sometimes a little bit less, just depends. All right, let's do it. Pages are refreshed, switching over, and one of them is not updating on the top right-hand corner. Go figure. Based off of everything that we have for data, let me go ahead and try and get that page to refresh here. Come on, page. You can do it. There you go. Okay. We stand at 1.1. Let's start at the top right. Institutional investors 134. That's 7 million more shares bought from yesterday, making a two-day total of 18 million shares that have been purchased by institutional investors, which is a good fair amount. Moving over to the dark pool exchange, which is right here where my finger's pointing at, we are 64.21% traded for the day today. I believe yesterday we were at, our total was 64.71, so we're just underneath that already, percentage-wise. So they are definitely kicking it on, trying to make sure that the price does not move up. They don't want to see the volume continue to increase in the favor of moving the price up, but they may not be able to prevent it. Looking at the options, if you kind of look at it's kind of like the jumbled up mess to the right of that, the big mess of numbers on the right hand side of the page. If you draw your eyes down the middle, you'll see these strike prices. The highest level of volume currently for the call options appears to be at the $40 strike price with 51,000 share volume, which is pretty impressive. On the put side, the highest level of volume is currently at $35 and is at 13.7. Is that 4 times? 54.8. Not quite. It's almost 4 times the amount of call options over put options with a $5 spread and strike. So that's pretty massive. One of the more impressive numbers that I want to show you guys, though, which Mr. Grims was helping us out with or pointing out earlier, is this. Pulling up Stonko Tracker, we currently have 117,000 call options in the money versus 287,000 puts that are out of the money. Even if they were hedging their bets, there's nowhere near enough in the money on the call side to account for the amount out of the money puts that are there. This is massive. This is the beginning portions of what you would see for a gamma squeeze. Okay, these numbers are pretty huge. They still didn't update the dark pool percentage from yesterday. But yeah, pretty crazy. Pretty crazy numbers. I'm not even, I kind of ignore this now that we're tracking it on our own with Ortext. I don't even really look at these shares available to borrow anymore. We know that's not accurate. Let's see. What's the next piece of data that I wanted to cover with you? Oh, let's pull back up the page. I'm just going to let you look at the stats page for just a moment while I pull up the markets. I do want to talk about shares on loan. That did decrease by about, I think it was about 2 million shares. Shares on loan is at the very bottom of the page, right in the center. It's 109.8 million shares. So they did return shares yesterday. If I pull up my notepad to see what my notes say, they did return 2.13 million shares yesterday. So that makes sense. It makes sense. It also decreased our utilization, which also makes sense, but not as much as it should have because the total amount of shares available for loan did decrease as well. So there's currently 9.853 million shares left to borrow, which they borrowed 1.11 so far today, with a total available number at 119. So that's the difference between what we have on loan currently. So that's where we stand now. Now let's take a look at the rest of the market. We currently have 1,756 advancers to 4,739 decliners. The Nasdaq is down 0.88%, the Dow Jones down 0.76%, and the S&P 500 is down 0.61%. I do believe that the heat map just changed down at the bottom of the page. Basically, the only sectors that are even doing any worth a darn is health and pharmaceuticals. Even oil and gas has gone red on us. So coming back up here and looking at some of our key indicators that I like to look at. Robinhood is at 47.60, which is about 40 cents lower than their opening price for their IPO, which is up 1%. I'm only monitoring this because, screw them. I hate those guys. I don't hate them. Hate's such a strong word. I just dislike them very much. Amazon is down 1.17%. Cinemark is down 1.3%. Doge is down 2.35%. GME is up 1.73%, and we are up 6.16% on the day. Our current inflow versus outflow is 385 to 436. The math is getting so big I can't even do it in my head. I wish I could, but I'm just autistic like that, or ADD. 51 point spread between the two. So yeah, think about this for a moment. We had I think it was a 40 point spread last Friday with only a 60-cent increase in share price. And so now we have 51 point spread and $2.25 difference. So let that kind of sink in a little bit. If that doesn't show you or kind of indicate what kind of manipulation looks like, and that's not saying that there's not manipulation going on right now. It's just that maybe it's not being controlled as well. I don't have enough touch points before I move on to break here for maybe I do. Hold on a second here. What is this I see? I don't think this is going to line up, but let me just check it. I always like to look at it first. No, it doesn't work. I mean, I guess if I use some of these as touch points, let's try it. Let's check it out and see what it looks like. We could maybe draw out our wedge like this. So that's what we're looking for to happen here. Consolidation, followed by a breakout. The breakout would have to occur before 12:10. I'm going to be taking the break once we hit this point right here. I would think that the breakout would probably occur somewhere in this time frame, right about in here. I can't positively tell you that this is, because I mean, this is not 100% on this charting here, but I would be inclined to think that it's going to break out going up. At least that's my hopes. If it does, it would have to break past $38.18. Maybe inside this box, we'd see it break out here somewhere. So I don't think I have anything else to touch on at this moment. Again, guys, I had put down for the day today that synthetic price failure incoming. I'm leaving it up there until the very end of the day. We are at that point, 38.77. Yeah, we're up 31.9% from our previous low of 29.40, which was on the 11th, which means we're on a 6-day run, and I'm counting weekends as well in there. But we are on a 6-day run. It's one of our longer runs, typically speaking. I want to say most days are somewhere between 4 and 6 days. We have had a 10-day run in the past, but that was going down, not up. So this is, this is what I would probably indicate as being like the end of a run, at which point you would see a synthetic price failure incoming. So I am still going to maintain that I think there's a possibility that they're going to try to drop the price down for the rest of this week. If they can't, then we have a massive gamma squeeze incoming. So that's something to think about. We're kind of in one of those moments right now where it's like something big's gonna happen or it's gonna fizzle out. But I tend to lean towards something big's gonna happen. This is definitely starting to look like the beginnings of a gamma squeeze. So I'm going to leave. We went out to I think it was a 1 hour. Was it day chart? Yeah, I think it was 1 hour chart. And I was pointing out to everybody earlier that we have a nice, on a 1 hour chart, a nice George W looking symbol going on here. So that would, once we broke past basically $38, that's where we would have a huge breakout. And we did in fact cross $38 at one point. We were unable to hold, but that doesn't mean that we're gonna, it could have been some consolidation period. But this is looking really decent in here. Excuse all the Fibonacci retracements in here. It's probably more difficult to see, but there's definitely a George W in here. And that is a bullish signal. On a 30-minute, back to the day interval. RSI is only at 52 right now on a daily chart. So if we zoom in on this, that's actually right down the middle. Meaning that we have plenty of room to move up on the daily RSI value. And then we also have MACD crossing over down here, which is pretty big information. Seeing the MACD flip over shows that in the last 3 days that we've had a change, and that it's looking positive. On a 1 hour, we're overbought at a 1 hour at 75.92 RSI, 76. Yeah, it's showing overbought. On a 30-minute and 5-minute, they're all going to show the same thing. Overbought 78.35. On a 5-minute, we're at we're not overbought on the 5-minute. 65.05. So we're testing that 38.18 and trying to push past. And we'll see what happens. I'm going to take a break, guys. I will return in approximately 40 minutes, putting me back in at 11:10 my time, or 12:10 Eastern Standard Time. All right, guys. You know, happy days. I'm pleasantly surprised about the price today, but I still maintain that there is a very strong chance that we could see a synthetic price failure. So just keep that in mind. It's nice to be hopeful. It's really nice to have great days like this, and I'm not trying to stomp on our gains, but you know they do like to mess with our emotions, and you know you know just be ready for it in case it happens. You know, a retracement back from here of 20% would put us like at $30.50. So we'll see what happens. Let's just hope that the gamma squeeze kicks in and that we never have to see that, and that it's uncontrollable and they can't make the synthetic price failure happen. So that's what we're hoping for. All right, guys. See you on the flip side. Okay, guys, I'm back. I am back and ready to say that this is what I was talking about. They hike up the price, they hike it up, and they purposely drop it to try and induce emotions. Okay, let's look at some important things. One of the factors that we're looking at is borrowed change. It was at 111 million shares borrowed. It is now down negative 3.01 million shares. We're gonna see a reversal today, guys. This is what I was talking about the down week. This is them setting us up for emotional roller coaster rides. Notice that the volume dropped out. What happened to that volume? Where did it go? It was looking really, really good. But let's talk about some of the technicals here and see where we're going here. Okay. And then I'm going to point out something that I had talked about not too long ago. I'm going to go through and refresh all my screens here real quickly. Get an idea for where everything stands currently. I think the first thing that I'm going to pull over is orders by Fidelity customers. Let's check that out real quickly here. We are in second. I'll go ahead and pull that over so you can see. We are in second position right now in trending, top trending. We're just below Tesla at 56 buys to 44% sells. We are increasing the price just above $37, trying to break through that level of support there. Moving on to the next piece of information, let's go ahead and look at our stats page real quick. Our dark pools are being traded at 63.68%. Right here, next to my finger is dark pools. Poof, poof, poof. Knock them out. But notice down below, the borrow changed is 3.01 million shares returned. Yeah, not good. Okay, 18.22% of the free float short share interest is showing. As far as options go, let's see how the volume's changed on those. I'm sure it's gotten really big on the call side for 40. Yep, 60.7 thousand contracts. Think about what's going to happen if a role reversal happens here. So we had a lot of interest in people buying shares at a $35 strike price. There is 20.2 thousand options. So what does that equate to? Let's see what that equates to. On Stonk Tracker versus in the money versus out of the money. Okay, looks like currently in the money we have 104,000 shares showing up there. And out of the money puts is 286. So as the price drops, we're going to see this normalize. So that's what we're going to be watching for. I mean, because under these conditions right here, it's almost a 3-to-1 puts versus calls, and they're not hedged properly, meaning that there's going to be a lot of people out of the money on puts. Simply put. Dad joke. Sorry. As far as the market goes, there's 4,937 decliners to 1,641 advancers. The Nasdaq is down 1.21%. The Dow Jones is down 0.92, and the S&P 500 is S&P 500 is down 0.88%. The pharmaceuticals and health still the only things that are doing very well. Robinhood is still down half a dollar from their opening price, but they're up for the day at 0.66%. Amazon is down almost 2%. Cinemark is down 1.5%. Doge is down 2%. GME is now down 50.57%, and we are at 4% roughly. So I would say that if we want to continue to see really good movement, we'd need to see volume pick back up again. And it's understandable that volume's low during this portion of the day. It may not be as bad as I thought on the drop for today, but I have a feeling we may not, I don't know, we may not return back to that $38 level again. Not today anyways. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this. Sure enough, we did break outside that box right when the box was right there at the very corner of it. So again, like I said, I wasn't sure which way it was going to break out of this, but I was hoping up. Didn't happen. So this is what I want to show you guys. There was a post that I put out a long time ago. It seems like possibly within, okay, maybe not long time ago, but it was within the last 2 months that I put out on Reddit, and I want to pull it back up, and I'll show you why. Let me get another page opening here. I'll swing it over here in just a second so you guys can see what I'm talking about. I just got to find the post really quick. But somebody had posted that that it looked like Kenny may be planning his escape soon. This was posted by Pro Quiche. On Reddit. Kenny Griffin, CEO of Citadel, has filed with his personal attorney Gregory Johnson for 1.4 million shares of Jaws Juggernaut Acquisition Corporation as a Cayman Island exempt company. And I've got way more. So, you know, I've been covering what Citadel has been doing with a lot of their SPACs, and this Jaws Juggernaut Acquisition Corporation is one of them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up Citadel's information here as soon as I can get it to show up. And I'll do a quick search on it for the SPACs that are part of this acquisition corporation. Let's see if I can get it to pop up here. Normally there's a search tab. Here we go. It's a little slow today. I'll let you look at the stock for just a minute while I'm trying to get it to pull up. Boy, this couldn't take any longer. Okay, finally it popped up. So all these were reports that were filed during the end of last quarter. And just look at how many shares. I believe that they're $10 shares apiece, or at least they were. But you know, they definitely put some money into this Jaws Mustang Acquisition Corporation. There's also Jaws Spitfire Acquisition. But anyways, I think the case is being made currently that the CEO's trying to get away with something, trying to make his escape essentially. And you know, we noticed that he was listed on all those SPACs as having his own shares included in those. So I could understand why he would want those shares to be exempt. He'd love to be able to collect his money tax-free and go live in the Cayman Islands, I'm sure. But what I wanted to show you guys was the funny post I did. It was kind of a parody a little bit. At the time, I believe that the Epstein drama was kind of going on, and it's actually what made me think of what it was that I posted. So I've kind of posted this funny little, you know, what if scenario. It was meant to be funny, but it may have actually been more true than I would have you know, possibly have imagined. It's going to take me a second to dig it up. That was a while back. But it's worth it, I promise. Yeah, it's going to take me a second. I wish I had saved it because I mean it was simply meant to be as comedy, but I had no idea that you know, that was that this, you know, this may end up playing out just exactly as I had written it. It's funny when I go through all my past posts to see, you know, the I guess maybe like the learning that I've done over time. Hmm. Oh, this is interesting. I can't seem to find it. I'm gonna have to flag this for the future. I think this might be it. Okay, this is it. I finally found it. Sorry for the wait, guys. Okay, so here's the post that I had. This is a while back, right? 4 months ago. Tinfoil hats on is what I titled it. But I said jokingly, I said to my wife tonight, if we made $4 million on the sale of AMC and cashed out, we could leave for New Zealand and never pay a dime of taxes. All we would have to do is sell the house. And so I put a link for selling of a house. Interestingly enough, that goes to billionaire Ken Griffin's selling second penthouse at Miami's Beach Vienna house. I looked these things up. These are things that actually were happening. It was January 5th that he sold his house. This article was published January 5th. Then I said, all we'd have to do is sell the house. So I put up the link for the house sale. Quit our jobs. After all, work has been stressful lately. So I put work. And the link for that is internal server error. I can't remember what that one linked to. Does it show? Let me see what the link address is. And I'll see if it jogs my memory as to what that was. Oh, yes, I remember now. It was when they did the shredding of the papers, and they had trucks outside in front of Citadel. Gosh, it must have been right around the time that I posted this. And so I was like, quit our jobs. After all, work has been stressful lately. And so they were shredding papers at Citadel. And then I said, and throw all of our money into crypto when it's undervalued. I know a thing or two about that and overseas banks. Then I posted this one as saying, do not buy crypto. Citadel CEO Ken Griffin says he doesn't know how to think about Bitcoin. If you know, then you know, because Bitcoin just lost a lot of its value. Who knew that would have played out? So, and throw all your money into crypto when it's undervalued. I wrote this shit back in 4 months ago. And then I said, what's that, hun? The Cayman Islands? I wrote this 4 months ago, people. 4 months ago. I was joking around. I mean, I was just like, okay, what if he planned an escape to try and get, suck up all of his money and run away to the Grand Cayman Islands, to live the rest of his life and while his company tanked. It's trying to pull, I remember what this is. This was a link to the Citadel to Cayman Island dollar price history. So because Citadel's been funneling money into the Grand Cayman Islands, there was a chart that I was able to pull that showed the Cayman Island dollar price history in contrast to Citadel pumping money into the Grand Cayman Islands. And it's just massive. Like you can see the Cayman Island dollar increase exactly when Citadel started pumping money in. Now, of course, this says that it's still loading and it's not showing any information. I found a chart that showed it. I don't know if I can find it again. It's obviously not pulling right now. So I'm not sure. But it was cryptoratesxe.com was the name of the site. I don't even remember how I came across it, but I was looking something up to try and figure out, like, where they were pumping or why they were pumping money into the Cayman Islands, and found a chart that showed like I was able to chart Citadel's movement of money into the Grand Cayman Islands and the price of their money going up over there exactly at the same time. Anyways, I continued on the humor said, she laughed and said, but I'd miss my family. Well, I tried. Maybe if I made a lot more than just $4 million. Edit. I totally forgot to mention, she asked, how will you ever pay off our credit? This time I laughed and said, don't worry about a thing, hun. This is why our government has programs for such a thing. and then I filed the DTCC page on how they're going to cover if Citadel defaults. This entire tinfoil hats article was written in as a joke parody to the Jeffrey Epstein um, kind of thing. I just kind of thought about it, like, like if I were Ken, what would I do? What are the things that I would start doing to secure my money? I'd sell my homes. I'd start destroying all the evidence. I'd start putting my money into things that I could control the value of, like cryptocurrency. I would run away to another country where they can't get you. The Grand Cayman Islands where they're pumping all their money, and then I would make the American government pay for my losses. It was a joke 4 months ago. I wrote this 4 months ago as a joke. This is the kind of shit that they play on, like Family Guy or what's South Park or something like that, and then like 6 months later, everybody's like, "Oh shit, that stuff's coming true." Like you can't write stuff like this and make it actually happen. So I don't know if it's if he's actually trying to secure his money as tax free in the Grand Cayman Islands, that'd be crazy. I did try to talk to Appropriate Elk. I sent a few messages in response to one of his articles, and I feel like I made myself look stupid. He responded to the first one, but didn't respond to the second one. Kind of like he was done with me. I think he might be on a level that's like 2 or 3 buildings above me. I was going to say rungs, but he's buildings above me. I wouldn't mind extending an offer to him to interview, which I guess I could do that. I've extended an offer to, I can't remember her name. Well, I shouldn't say it without knowing whether I have an interview lined up. I do have an extended offer to somebody as well as AP on our channel. I'm going to be extending an offer to him. I'll tell you what. I will. I'll put out a. I'll put out a message. I'll look over some more of his stuff and put out a direct message and see what he has to say. The one good thing about interviews is that I don't have to be on the same level as the person, because I'm interviewing them and they're telling me what they know. And so that's good. It's a learning experience for me, and I don't mind talking to somebody who knows way more than I do, as long as they're willing to kind of step down a few steps to make sure I understand what it is they're talking about. So I will. I'll extend an offer to Appropriate Elk and see where it goes. Like I said, I did comment, but that didn't really go very well. I usually try to start out with like a testing the waters kind of thing, see how they react to it, and then go from there. And the testing of the waters did not go well. All right, let's look at inflow versus outflow real quick here. Hold on one second. I gotta write something up here. Let's see. I'm gonna put 11:10. I think it says 12:10. Okay, I'm writing out like a timestamp for all the different things that I talk about through the day. That way, when people decide to go back, I can have like links to specific points in time where I'm talking about things, and they don't have to I know it's a live 9-hour program, and I know for some people it's really long, and they may not want to watch the whole thing, so I can have like just sections of it to where they can just choose what they want to watch. Some people have kind of asked me like, well, why don't you just do like 10 to 15 minute quick little synopsises of what's going on. And my response simply is that the whole reason I'm doing this channel is I couldn't find somebody who was doing live streaming the entire day. And I wanted that. I wanted to be able to have a place I could go when something started to happen. I could go there and see what they're talking about, see them investigate why it's happening, or ask them to investigate why it's happening. And that's why I'm here. I'm here to fill a gap that I couldn't find for whatever reason. I don't know. And now all of a sudden, TMI started doing a whole bunch of his own live streaming daily, which is really cool. I'm glad that he's doing that. He's a pretty smart guy. So let's see here. What other technical analysis do I want to look at? Did I pull up the stats yet? 63.68% of the dark pools traded. Pretty insane. I'm really surprised at 3 million shares returned. To me, that might indicate that what we're going to see is like a reversal in the price action that we had today so far. I'm trying to pull up the main page here and get an idea for. I'll go back to it for you guys. Trying to get an idea on where we're going here. I mean, look at that George W. That was pretty sweet right there. And this almost looks like another George W, but it's just not doing quite what we want it to do. I mean, I sound like I'm complaining. We're up like 4.5%, almost 4.5%. Well, 4%. And I'm not complaining at all. I think this is great. This is really awesome. I'm really happy that we're having 3, 4. I guess we're on day 4 now. 4 days in a row of green days. It's definitely a huge positive, and it's going to help out with True Demon's MOASS trigger as well. We're having a nice little run up right now. Let's see. We are about 10 minutes away from halfway through the day on trading. So if we just simply double the amount of shares that we've traded so far, we're looking at like 100. We're on pace for 120 million shares traded for the day today. I only predicted 75 to 95, so I have a feeling that we'll probably come in real close to about 100, and I'll only be off by about 5 million, if I had to guess. You know what? I think we might have an ascending parallel channel going on here. Oh my. I am struggling today. This is a bearish indicator. When it breaks out, it should break out down below or head down. $37.50. They have a 23,000 share sell wall. So this value right here at 37.50, we're going to see us squeeze into this right in here and probably break out down. That would be my guess. You know, it's funny. I have an Apple Watch, and I've got that breathe. I don't know if you guys know what that is. I have this breathe setting on there. It tells me that I need to breathe. Sometimes I wonder, like, is it just telling me and reminding me, or is it like saying that I'm not breathing enough? Every single time it happens, I catch myself going like, was I breathing? Did I momentarily pause? I feel like there was something I wanted to look at. I'm trying to remember what it was. Oh, that's right. I was going to copy this link and share it with the post that I saw earlier on Reddit, just because I thought like how ironic that I would have posted that so long ago, and it kind of means something. Four months ago, what was I doing 4 months ago? January, February, March, April. What were we doing in April? I don't recall. Man, that is such a huge. Here, I'll show you guys. It's a pretty massive wall. Can you see it down here? Right here. 3749, 23,000 shares. It just kind of disappeared a little bit. But we're more than likely going to break out of this ascending parallel channel. My guess would be that we'll probably retest $37 when we do break out. Don't take it personally, Hoagie. You know that I gave up on that. You know, I'll go back to it. I'll get back to it and try again. In fact, I'll do it right now. I'll do it right now just because I want to start lining up more people to do interviews with. That's important for me. It's important for me because I think not only do I want to do the interviews, but I think a lot of people want to see the interviews. And that's part of the thing that I want to share with people is I want to share with people. I want to share with people. It's important, I think, for us to understand that there's real people behind these posts and understanding how they think and why they think the way that they do. And I guess when you give a face to more than just just a post, a face or an idea or a person, an actual being that you can hear talk. It's much different than just these posts that you're seeing online or whatever. And I think that's the whole. I think that's the reason why people probably like watching some of the YouTubes as well. It looks like the market's starting to swing back in the rough direction right now. So it did indeed break out down. I'm looking. I'm actually going to send him a. Um, I'm going to send him a message here in just a second. I know you linked them to me before. I'm gonna find it because I know I made the comments, so I just gotta go back in my comment section and find the person. Here we go. Found it. All right, let me see if let me send this message out and we'll see what happens. Okay, message sent. It's kind of a bit of a blanket message that I send to everybody. I'm kind of going with a format. Um, I think it's pretty. I think it's pretty good. It's not great, but it's decent. Kind of tell them who I am, what I do, why I'm doing it, kind of thing. Letting them know that I'm, respectful of their privacy and that, I would honor that kind of thing. Just trying to give them like an idea on what the format is on and how we go about doing everything. So we'll see what happens. So the invite has been sent. Time for some water. I had a beer yesterday towards the end of the day because I was really happy about our gains. Um, and I had actually thrown a second beer in the freezer to kind of frost over. I was thinking I was going to have a second one, and then I completely forgot about it. And so, guess what I remembered this morning? Beer in the freezer overnight, like almost 24 hours. So, yeah, it's sitting in the sink right now. I'm waiting for the thing to just explode at some point. Hopefully not. I do feel like this Fibonacci retracement's not quite capturing what it needs to capture. I'm still going to leave it, but I don't know if Duncan's watching right now. If you are watching, Duncan, I just want to let you know that the recommendation that you had made for an interview, That particular person has not posted in about a week, and one of the last things that was posted was kind of along the lines of like they're done talking, like they don't have anything else to say anymore, and that they are just kind of walking away from. They feel like we're at the end, and I don't know. I got the impression that they just were kind of walking away from talking anymore. I'll actually look it up and read it. It's so weird when I search new, it doesn't put new at the top anymore. Eight days ago. Yeah, 19 days ago, she said, I'm still here. I've received a few kind messages asking me where I disappeared to, but no fear. I've just been on a bit of a break. So it sounds to me like, she may have had like um, a little bit of a breaking point. I'm looking for the specific one that I saw that she read like sure she wrote like 7 days ago, I think it was. Hmm. Oh, wow. Did I already get a response back? Looks like I already got a response back. Okay, so this is an interesting response, which is cool. I'm not going to read it just to keep things private between us, but it's good to see that he's reaching out. That's cool. Okay, so the price is dropping indeed below that level of support at $37. So again, back to what I was talking about earlier today, synthetic price failure incoming. I was a little worried about this. I didn't anticipate the price jumping up to $38, 38 and some, almost $39 before moving down. Let me just make sure I have this incorporated into my charts. 38.77. Yep. Okay. So basically from 29.40 on 8/11 to 8/17 today, we've had a 31.9% increase in price. This is the time where you start recording new lows. Currently, we're at 36.59, and from our high of 38.77, that is a drop of 5.6%. So, we're 1/4 of the way, a little over 1/4 of the way to a synthetic price failure. This is where they try to generate paper hands. So they artificially raise the price up to some point, generate people coming in and buying shares, and then dump. This is what happens here is they get those people to sell, and because of that, those people who just newly moved into new positions with AMC suddenly sell. So it does part of the work for them in dropping the price. So ultimately, if we see a price drop of 23%, then you've lost like 3% of the population, roughly. Not the total population, but you've lost 3% of that population of shares that might have been purchased during that initial price rise. So, but yeah, it's not by any means 3% of the total population in shares. It's just a portion of the people who are new or more paper-handed, or have tendencies to be paper-handed. Now, the hopes there, or the idea behind this psychological attack, is that you get it's like tossing a snowball. Oh, I'm putting a bookmark down on this one. Snowball. That's what I'm calling this one. It's like tossing a snowball down the hill. Right? And as the snowball tumbles down the hill, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and until suddenly you have this gigantic just snowball rolling down the hill, like we've all seen in cartoons. So that's what the purpose of these synthetic price failures is for. They want to get this price down as low as, they want to try and do this repeatedly over and over and over, where they get more people to fold their shares. The hopes is that they can continue to get more and more people to sell off. We have about 83 cents left before we are back down to even for the day. Now I'm kind of wishing I hadn't gotten rid of all my Fibonacci retracements that I had set up before, because they were actually pretty decent. Oh well, whatever. Let's see. SPF, synthetic price failures. They're rough. But I think it's, to me, it's encouraging to see that they're consistent. I love consistency. What's really difficult on me is when numbers do things they're not supposed to do. I don't like that. I like it when I see patterns that repeat themselves over and over and over. Those make me happy, because to me, those are patterns that are in control. And I like in control patterns. It's just the nature. It's the nature of the line of work that I come from, that wants me to have patterns that are in control. When I see out of control patterns, I think warning flags. It's just the way that I've so many years of doing what it is that I've done. I'm going to zoom out here to about a 30-minute interval. RSI is currently at 56.27, so it's looking pretty mediocre, like right down the middle kind of thing. Just looking for a trend here. And I'd almost draw a descending parallel path here, except for this bottom side here doesn't look like it quite lines up. Let's check it and see. You know, it's close. Let's draw it out. It's close. You know, I would accept this. This is a descending parallel channel. The tendency for this is to break out. This is a bullish, or sorry, bearish. Yeah, no, I keep getting them mixed up all the time in my head. This is a bullish indicator, so when it breaks out, it should go up. And you know, I could see $36 being a level of support that we could bounce off of, and so you would look at this as more like a wedge pattern here. So it like kind of consolidates down into this wedge and then breaks out. So if I had to pick a wedge breakout time, it would probably be in the range of something like this. Somewhere in there. So the problem with them being able to drive the price down today is the fact that the market in general is doing very poorly. And due to the fact that we have a negative beta to the rest of the market, means that when it's down, we're up. So it makes it increasingly difficult for them to drive the price down. Let's check some of our indices real quick here to see where we stand. I am curious. I'm going to have to update some of my pages here. The one page that just does not want to update is always at the top. It's not really going to change any. I don't need it to update, but it's just kind of funny to me how it's always that one web page. Okay. Dark pools right here next to my finger. 63.74%. Borrowed shares. They have returned. They have not borrowed shares. They have returned 3.16 million, which is Slightly more, it was 3.01 before. So they returned some more shares. This is going to decrease utilization and increase the amount of shares that are available to borrow leading into tomorrow. Looking at options, it looks like the highest level of support is at the $40 strike price with 71.1 thousand contracts. And on the put side, it is $35, which makes sense at 23.9. Okay, so we aren't on a 4-to-1 ratio any longer, but we are definitely 2-to-1. More than that, probably like 2.5-to-1. Oh no, 3. It's 3-to-1. Real close to 3-to-1. I think I'm going to have another beer later on today. If we stay in the green. Only if we stay in the green. Excuse me. You think I've probably had some already. Not the case. All right, let's go back to the main page. And like I said earlier, 5,308 decliners to 1,349 advancers. The only sectors that appear to be doing well at all is pharmaceuticals and healthcare. There's a few green patches in banking, oil and gas, and software and IT, but for the most part, the market is sucking. NASDAQ negative 1.43%, Dow Jones negative 1.26%, S&P 500 negative 1.19%. The market sucks. Robinhood is down 1.54%. Amazon is down. It was showing 2% just a second ago. Cinemark is down 2.12%. Doge is down 3.5%. GME is down 1.5%, 1.6, and we are up 1.62. We are approaching the $36 level of support. At $36, there's at least 2 walls that we have there. One at 36.22, which we just surpassed, and 36.13. A lot of people don't like me calling those walls, and I know why it is. I get it. I understand why you don't like me calling them walls. I'm calling them walls anyways. It's a pretend wall, and when it gets hit, it just kind of disappears. But it's to make it look like there's support at that level to allow shares to drive through, unless it holds. If it hits that wall and that wall starts buying, then it is an actual wall. But what I do want to show right now is we are in a classic state of a ladder attack. Watch just above the mouse pointer. Watch for single digits right there. You'll see them pop up. And typically it's when there's a biggest difference between the bid and the ask. Right now there's only a 1 cent difference between them, so you might not see it right now, but when there's like a 2 or 3 cent difference, you'll see a 1 share drop in there to try and lower the price. There's a 2 right there. Another 2. Man, I'll tell you what, I could stare at this forever. I literally could. I could just, I mean, it's just so fascinating to me to see how the computers are repositioning to stop the attack from driving the price down, and then there's like a stalemate period of time, and then it'll break. It'll start to break through. So we'll go back to the main page and see how that's kind of like looking. They are indeed trying to break past $36. We should have a level of support at $36. But notice volumes just kind of dropped off for the most part. It's kind of peaking back up right now. Those last 3 minutes are actually pretty decent minutes, but prior to that, we were all underneath 100. Most of these are underneath 100,000 shares traded per minute. All right, here we go. I made a prediction on Reddit last night. I think it was last night. It may have been early this morning. I don't remember which. But the interesting part about it is that if it holds true, if it comes to fruition, my price, synthetic price failure, will be in play. What will also be in play is a down day every day for the rest of this week, excluding maybe Thursday. And what also comes into play is next week being a huge, massive up week for us. So this does not discourage me in any way, shape, or form that we're having a little bit of a problem, trying to maintain a positive buying atmosphere with the stock. $38 is should have taken off on us. That's where the FOMO should have hit. Buyers should have been coming in and absolutely just buying the crap out of this, and we watched everything just kind of drop and tank. So the FOMO didn't hit hard enough to continue the upwards movement that we had this morning. And so as an end result, you see what we have happening right now, which is where they stair step the price down. We attacked back up right here. But they stepped down, another attack back up, and then they stair stepped it down. Stair step down, we attacked back up, another ladder attack down, and this has been probably one of the bigger ladder attacks down right here. So we indeed bounced off of $36. My guess is that we'll see some kind of consolidation in here, possibly draw head back up, breakout possibly. I'm going to go to the stats page real quick. I just want to make sure. I think one of my stats got jacked up here a little bit. Probably put it. Where's my data? Oh, active positions. There we go. How's that look? That looks good. I'm still getting used to my new setup here. Johnny Meldrum. So I just bought some Pfizer so I can cash out and buy more AMC. Oh, what up? Thought I would come say hi while I wait to get rich. Yeah, so let's see. I am curious about that because the rest of the market shows that the pharmaceuticals and the health sector are actually doing all right. Let's check out where Pfizer's at. I am curious. You know what? We'll just look here. Actually, I'm not sure what the code is. Pfizer. PFE. Let's let's take a gander. Ooh, that's a George W. Oh man, when did you get in on that at the beginning of this morning? Because if you did and you got out at the high, that would have been pretty nice for a swing trader. 48 bucks, so like, you know, basically $2. That's a nice swing trade. I mean, it's definitely moving up over time. How long are these cycles? 1, 2, 3, 4 days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 days. 1, 2, 3, 4. This one kind of took a little bit longer. If you bought in first thing this morning, that would have been really good. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely on a strong uptick since 7/9. So basically like a month and 10 days or so. I mean, it seems like a logical play. Oops. Yeah, I probably won't pull up the call list. Oh man, I was looking at that the whole time. You guys didn't even get to see what I was looking at. I apologize. I'll go back to it real quick here. Recently viewed. I was looking at it, but didn't realize that you guys couldn't see what I was seeing. But yeah, you know, nice trend. Unfortunately, it would have been really awesome to be in on this back here. You know, on like the 19th or so. To catch, you know, this ride right here. That would have been pretty nice. $10 or so per share at a pretty decent rate. I don't know when you hopped in on that. If you hopped in today, you'll probably see it's probably going to be like another week or two before you see some like really good gains. Like we're talking like $4 or $5. Yeah, man. I'm not doing any other plays. I'm doing AMC as a play, and that's my one and only play. I think that I don't. I mean, I'm kind of one of those really like low risk kind of people. And when I saw AMC originally, I knew that there was something going on with it, and I just sank every penny I possibly could into it. And I'm still not done. I still have more to go in, but it's the play that I'm doing. I really think AMC is. I don't want to miss a single dollar of anything on AMC, and I think it's really important to hold on it. So I'm just not really putting any money into anything else. Not until it's over. And even when it's over, you know, I think the stock market's going to be pretty shitty. So it may be a while before I put any money back into the stock market. I'll probably let it bottom out. Our inflow versus outflow. So we are at 535 versus 586. What is that, 50? 51? That's the same amount of point spread that we had earlier. Yeah, 51. Same inflow versus outflow, but yet our price is going down. The same spread anyways. Pretty ridiculous. They just really know how to hit us in the feelers. I hear you, man. I hear you. Um, I know. I actually know quite a few people who are doing the same thing. And you know, I'm not faulting you at it. I'm just telling you that I'm not following any other stocks, so I can't really like look at anything and be like, oh yeah, buy this or don't buy that, you know, because I really feel since I've been doing stocks since 1998, I feel for me specifically, I really have to get to know a stock before I know how it's going to perform. And I haven't watched anything like I've watched AMC in a long, long time. So uh, the only other exception to that rule is an IPO where you just know it's going to take off. And the last time that I did that was with Facebook, and it took me 2 years to double my money. So I know how to find the long plays, that's for sure. Uh, Tex Chihuahua, awesome, man. It looks like based off your name that you might be in Texas. That's awesome. If when the market tanks, be sure to buy the dips in whatever you want invest in. I plan on dumping a chunk into AMC, into VTSAX. To be clear, post MOASS before I. Oh, I got you. Yeah. I've had a couple different phases of different ideas on what I want to do with post MOASS money. Um, I think a portion of it I will probably invest into blue chips that have suffered once they hit the bottom. Yeah, how's it going, man? I'm in Pflugerville. I don't know if you know where that is. It's just outside. It's one of the suburbs to Austin, Texas. But anyways, I think blue chips is kind of something that I've toyed around with the idea of putting some portion of my money into once they bottom out. Another option is retail. Sorry, not retail. What am I saying? Investing in properties, either being commercial or homes. I'm not sure which, but I probably would, if I could go straight to commercial property, it'd be more money. In the long run, I think it would be worth more, but you know you gotta wait for the market to crash and for the all the properties to lose their value before you start stepping into things like that. So let's talk about this. I'm gonna bookmark this moment. We'll talk about it real quick because I just kind of want to I want to kind of give you guys some information um, about post MOASS, right? And some of the things that I've kind of researched on. I don't know if you guys have looked into what it is that you want to do with your money after MOASS, but one of the things that you have to be worried about is that the FDIC only covers up to a certain amount of money um, in your bank account before they won't cover or protect it any longer. And if the market gets extremely volatile and the economy crashes, I would not trust my money in anything that's FDIC insured. So there are companies like Charles Schwab. Now, I've since learned that Charles Schwab is pretty sketchy on how they've been kind of manipulating some of the stuff that's been happening in the market lately. So they're kind of anti-ape a little bit, and so I kind of feel weird about putting my money there, but I'll tell you what, they do have programs there, and there that will insure up to $20 million per account. So if you didn't want to have to create a whole bunch of accounts to put your money into, that's an option. Charles Schwab. I don't have any links to them whatsoever. I did call them and talk to them. I do not have an account yet. They keep trying to talk me into getting and opening an account. They said it's free. I can open an account and just have it there so that I can at least play around with a lot of the stuff before the different trading tools that they have before I get into their stock. Um, I did tell them that I didn't tell them what I had a position in. I told them that I was going to, be walking away from my position in the future, in the near future, I was hoping, and that I would have probably somewhere I was guesstimating somewhere in the range of $20 million to invest into or put into an account. And so they told me that they had just the thing for me, and so it's I've had some contact with them, and they've been really nice. In fact, one of the guys offered to send me and the family to a box game, a baseball game here locally, just so he could get to meet me, which I'm sure is kind of like what they would do for people who are bringing in big amounts of money like that. But I declined the offer because I kind of feel like it's disingenuous to say that you have money that you're bringing in when you don't have it yet. So I told him I didn't want to quite do that yet, that I wasn't quite ready. So I put that off. Let's see. Oh, all right, cool, awesome. I didn't realize that's the neighbor. Cool. Um, Johnny Meldrum, right, you're dedicated. I am new and might just lose all my money. Laugh out loud. I got 13 or 14 stocks and I'm up, even though they're all red this week. Johnny Meldrum says, what is VTSAX? Yeah, I don't know what I'm not sure what that is. But I know who this is now. It's a Vanguard mutual fund similar to the S&P 500, top 1500 accounts, I believe. Low ER, low interest rate. No, low ER. What's low ER? Not interest rate. Low expense ratio. Yeah, I've been looking at a couple different places to put my money after this is all done. I think that's really important to start investigating those kind of things right now because you don't want to get caught in a situation where you have a whole bunch of money and you don't know what to do with it all of a sudden. You don't like don't let yourself get caught blindsided by uh, large amounts of wealth and not have a plan already in place. Like now is the time to start making those kind of plans. Where am I going to be putting my money? How am I going to? I thought it was real interesting when I talked to Charles Schwab's guys. They were talking about mitigating tax. Uh, I forget what the words were that they used exactly, but essentially what I say, trying to pay the least amount of taxes. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that you need to start thinking about now because there are things that you're potentially going to have to deal with down the road here, and you don't want to get caught with your pants down on that kind of thing. And if it, okay, so I see you're saying that you're going to give your family some, which is cool. But there's tax implications for your family. There's smart ways to go about doing that. If you get with one of these companies, they will likely be able to help you in understanding what some of the best ways are to be able to spread the wealth amongst your family without there being tax implications to them as well. So there's all kinds of crazy stuff out there. So my dad was a business lawyer, and one of the things he had always told me, he's passed away now, but one of the things he always told me was is that if I ever found myself in a situation where I had a large amount of money, to get a tax lawyer, like you're saying, and form a corporation. And the reason for forming the corporation is you can mitigate risk and liabilities, and then you can basically make yourself the CEO of the LLC, and then you can make family members, trustees or whatever. You can have them also as hold positions within the corporation. There's a lot of ways to mitigate taxes. There's just so much stuff out there, guys. Like it's ridiculous. For most of us who've never been involved in massive amounts of money, uh, there's a lot to learn. There really is a lot to learn, and that's actually one of the things I plan on doing. I've been asked before by some of my moderators, some of the guys that are part of the crew here. Um, what are my plans for the YouTube channel after? And I said I don't have any plans for the YouTube channel after. This was never really planned. I didn't. I was missing something. I created the channel because I was missing something, and I thought, well, if I'm missing it, other people must be missing it too. So I'm going to provide something that nobody else is getting. However, doing a little bit of brainstorming, I kind of thought of this really fun idea, because I really like the idea of interviewing people. Um, no, no, you don't pay me anything. Uh, what we're going to do is we're going to learn together. We're not going to pay. There's no need to pay. We're all going to be plenty of rich enough that we're just going to learn from each other. That's what this is all about. So, one of the things I thought would be really fun to do is post squeeze, a continuation of the channel afterwards is learning about what are apes doing, uh, how are they protecting themselves, how are they impacting the community around them. There's a lot of things that a lot of people you could interview and talk to them about what's happening in the future, and that's something I would love to do. I'd love to go around and talk to people and find out like how they're helping their community and with their ape money, and uh, just I don't know. There's a lot of potential. These are all just kind of brainstorming ideas that I've had about the future, but I really don't know where I'm going to go with this. You guys are typing messages so fast I can't even keep up here. Yesterday, Texas Chihuahua. Yesterday, I cracked open a beer towards the end of the day. We were having such a great day that I was like, we need to toast. It was a really good day, so I cracked open up a beer and drank one towards the end of the day yesterday. We might have to do it again today. I know we're not as much as we were yesterday. And if you'll notice, guys, I do want to point out I do have in the title today synthetic price failure incoming. I really expected today to finish. I have to look up my number again. Hold on a second. It's listed here. I expected to finish today. That we'd finish around 34.58. I still think there's a very strong possibility that we could finish around that number. If you look on the page right now, what you're going to see is you're going to see some price predictions on the page. Those are colored in color format. There's orange, purple, red, and blue. There's 4 of us guys who are doing price predictions on this. And if I move over to the stats page, you can kind of see up at the top left-hand corner, there's a price prediction tally. Yesterday, Eric and I both we nailed the price prediction within $3 yesterday. And so we got a tally point for that, and so I do a tally point each day for the week, and all 4 of these lines up here on the top are actually all of our upper predictions. So as it stands right now, John and Duncan are still in the contention for a price for a tally point, but I still think that there's plenty of room for this to come down. We are in a descending parallel channel currently. We're kind of touching bottom. We have a double bottom right now off of $36, which seems to be holding as a support line. But I think what's going to end up happening is this going to kind of squeeze or consolidate down into this box. And these descending parallel channels tend to be indicators of bullish runs. So what I'm hoping for is that this is going to consolidate to some point and then hit this and break out through the box. Using the $36 support line or level to kind of squeeze or consolidate through. So that's where we're at right now. You guys are too much, man. Oh man, I forgot to take off this information here. There we go. I think in the future, Nakamoto, in the future, I don't know that I would do a daily stream that's so long like I'm doing right now. The only reason I'm doing what I'm doing right now is because nobody else was doing it. And I was like, we need this as a community. We need to have somebody, when something's happening, you have a place to go and see why it's happening so that we can all talk about it. Because I may not know why, but I'm going to be starting to investigate. And I'm going to try and figure out why I'm seeing what I'm seeing, and I can at least report to you what's happening. So I'm trying to provide you a place to come to. We have invaluable people with technical analysis that is so much better than mine. Trey, TMI, there's so many. I can't even begin to name them all. There's just so many out there, and those guys are only putting out videos for a couple, once or twice a day. TMI has actually been doing some live streaming lately that he wasn't doing before, that I felt like we needed more of, which I'm really glad to see that he's doing. But this is kind of like I was doing this anyways. I was sitting here monitoring the stock constantly, and I was like, well, I can at least give back to the community by doing this. So it was very unplanned. Let's go over some of the technicals real quick. It's kind of been a hot minute since we've gone over those. I'm going to go through and refresh a lot of my screens real quick here, and we'll just kind of touch base on what's happening. Give me just 1 second. All right, heading over to the stats page. Right here where my finger is, we're going to hit this guy. Dark pools. You see the dark pool right next to where I hit there. We are at 63.66% traded in the dark pools for the day today. Going down below that, we have today's changes in which are live updates for the borrowed Ortex data. Borrowed change is 3.52 million now. They have returned 3.52 million, not borrowed. So that is actually more return than earlier. Earlier it was at 3.16. So I've just modified my notes page. Excuse me a second. Estimated current short share interest of the free float is 18.4 on the bottom left hand side of that box. If we look up to the top right hand side, that number has changed. What was it before? 130 something? 130, let's see, it was 7 million more than 120. I'm going to have to go back in the video and watch that. It's dropped. So total institutional shares has dropped. I believe it was 134 and it's dropped down to 127. So there has been some sell-offs, decreased positions today. So that would possibly account for. So we had the big price increase. So imagine institutional institution buying into this at say like $32, $33, whatever, and it drove up to the 39 that it did. You could see or understand why they would sell their position. You know, it makes sense. So that could be part of the reason why we've had a little bit of a drawback today from where we were at with the high at 38.77. They saw a good exit point. So let's look at the options. We got a lot of options in here. If you kind of look at that box underneath active positions with a bunch of numbers in it, if you look right down the middle, there's a bunch of strike prices. These are all options. The total amount of volume, the heaviest amount of volume is at the $40. So if you draw your eyes down to where it says 40 and you head left, you'll see 75,815. That is 75,815 contracts that are open for a $40 strike price. That is up from 71.1 earlier, 75.8. On the put side, the highest level of volume is currently at $35. And so basically go down to the 35 mark, start looking to the right until you see 27.1. That is the total amount of volume for today. That is up from 23.9. So this is the argument that I made earlier today about why I think that we're going to be heading back down towards $30. They're opening up those put positions that are in those ranges for this Friday. If you look at the amount of open interest, which is the next value over, so if you look at the 27,161, then the value next to that is the amount of open interest for this week. And if you look at the very top of the screen, like the third box down in that column, what you'll see is 62.6 thousand contracts that are open at $25 strike price for the puts. That's huge. That's a lot. They are not going to let this just completely get out of hand on them. They really want to draw this back down as much as they can. I don't think they'll get that far, but I do think that we're going to see at least 20% correction from where we were last at for a high of $38.77. And a correction for that, it would probably be about 31 bucks. Let me just see here. Yep, exactly. $31 even would be a 20% correction. So I do think that we will be hitting 20% drop by sometime between now and Friday. But on the other side of that, is what's coming next week. And what's coming next week is amazing. I really do believe that we're at the end of our formation, our double formation that's happened back in January and then in June. And we are at the end of another formation, the same exact, very similar pattern that we've had during both those two squeeze upwards. And I think that we're on the very tip of finishing that by the end of this week. I think Monday, Tuesday next week is just going to be absolutely through the roof, blow your mind out of the water kind of thing. So be excited about next week. If we do indeed hit 31 at some point this week, be super excited about this week. Okay, let's look at the rest of the market and see how it's looking. We currently have 5,231 decliners to 1,465 advancers, with the NASDAQ down 1.48%. Dow Jones is down 1.36%, and the S&P 500 is down 1.28%. The heat map looks atrocious. Pharmaceuticals and healthcare is pretty much the only two sectors that are doing worth a damn. Go figure. With COVID is the way that it is, you can understand why that might be. Yeah, that's gross. Gross. Just to explain what's going on the page here, I have on the top left-hand side, I've got Robinhood on the very top, just because we hate their guts so much. We can't wait to see their price fall below 48, which it has. It's at 46.45 at negative 1.5% for the day. Amazon is down negative 2% on the day. Let's see, Cinemark, our competitor. Oh, the reason I've got Amazon on here is because they're the heartbeat of America. You want to know how the buying power is going in America? You watch Amazon, because that's where it is. They're going to see an impact before anybody else in their price. So, they're down 2%, which is pretty huge. Cinemark is down 2.2%. They're our competitors, so I kind of feel like we should be doing about what they're doing. Dogecoin, industry-wise, we should be doing what they should be doing. Dogecoin is down 2.74%. I view them as the pump and dump capital of hedge funds. GME is negative 1.21%. Now, typically we're married in how our pattern looks for the day. However, they are down negative 1%. We're up 2.5%. Our patterns do look kind of similar, not quite. I'd say the biggest difference here. I'll just pull them up side by side. So if you just kind of, apples to apples, it looks like we had a longer run up in the beginning of the day. Okay, so maybe they didn't have, it looks like they just didn't have as big of advances during some of the periods of time. Like, they turned around later than we did. So it's like they're following after us. So we've already hit a price increase as where they're just now starting to hit it. So it's like they're constantly falling behind us by a little bit, lagging, and that's probably why their price is just lagging behind us a tad bit. So they're playing keep up to our tag. I would suspect that volume. What time is it? 12:45. So it's 1:45 Eastern Standard Time. Let's take a look at what we're averaging right now. Let's see. 70. We're just gonna say 72.3 million shares traded so far. $255. Okay, we are on average pace for 110 million shares, 110.5 million shares for the day. My volume prediction for the day today was 75 to 95 million. It looks, I wouldn't expect to see volume really start to peak or start to peak back up until probably around 1500, so 3 o'clock. The last hour, basically the power hour. And if that's the case and we continue to run where we're at, these columns of volume are kind of running in the 100,000 range. So let's see. Let's just do some quick math here. I think we'll probably finish around like 90, just under 100 million shares traded for the day, maybe like 98. I could be just slightly off on my prediction for volume. I'll tell you what, it's been more difficult as of late on trying to predict volume, just because the pre-market hours does not match up to what we're seeing in during the market hours. The reason for that, I couldn't really tell you. I'm not 100% certain why that's happening, but it is. So this is kind of when I suspected that we would have a breakout of this descending parallel channel here. And we are consolidating in this area. You know, envision kind of like a triangle kind of wedge here. And so, you know, we're looking at like within the next hour or so of breaking out of this descending parallel channel. I got stuff to set up on, or to look up on here. What are you guys saying? Oh, text Chihuahua. I just want to let you know that I have not figured out how to allow people to do. I know who you are, so I'm gonna do something for you here. This is gonna allow you to be able to post your links. Otherwise, you won't be able to post links. So congratulations, you're a temporary moderator until you post your link, and I take it away. Let's see here. Did Hood dip this morning? If so, it could be a good buy and sell. What you know about Shib Inu? I have no idea. Is that a cryptocurrency? I'm not even sure what that is. I don't know anything about it. Hood, I believe it did have a dip this morning because, yeah, they had a big price increase at the very beginning portion of the day, and then it just kind of stair-stepped its way down. I'm staying as far away from Hood as I possibly can. Actually, I'm not really buying anything other than AMC, but I'm quite personally only monitoring Hood just because I want to see how poorly it does. I don't want to have anything to touch on that at all. Steering as far away as I possibly can. One thing that I want to drag over and show you guys who may have not seen it yet. This is just freshly updated the Stonk tracker. We currently have 91,400 calls that are in the money. 282,000 out of the money puts. That's a lot of out of the money puts. If we can try to keep this price up, that would be awesome. I don't know that it's going to happen. I have a feeling that, you know, this is one of the strong reasons why I really believe this price failure, synthetic price failure, is going to occur. For those of you, if you don't know what I'm talking about when I say synthetic price failure, raise your hand or say something and I'll explain it. Otherwise, you've heard me talk about it several times. I would suspect that they're going to try to drop this price because they don't want to see so many of these out of the call puts expiring on Friday. That would not be good. Not for the hedge funds. If these do expire on Friday out of the money, we're looking at a potential gamma squeeze next week. Johnny, are you raising your hand on the is that period a raising of your hand to asking what an SPF is? Because I've talked about it several times on here. It's kind of a coin term that I've created. It's not something that you'll find anywhere else. It relates to some modeling that I've done in the past on GME, and I found these specific patterns. So if you want to know more about it, let me know. Otherwise, I'm not sure what the period was for. I'm actually I'm not surprised, but I don't know. The market's really it's sucking big time. Okay, so we're entering into the box now. And if I had to guess, we've already tested the top, at least once up here. This is a descending parallel channel, so we'll enter into this box and let's see if we can break out somewhere inside this box. I usually create the boxes for about 15 minutes out, but I think this one might be 30 minutes or 20 minutes. I have to say, like, normally it's the middle half of the day that usually flies by for me, but today it feels like it's been a little bit longer. I don't know if it's because we had the price drop. Man, that is so like that's just so regular. It's like somebody took a couple fiber pills and took a dump. Hedge funds just fed our poor stock some fiber pills and dumped it. I mean, this is textbook laddering right here. It's just absolute textbook laddering. What are we at for 3.52? Yeah. Oh, no big deal. I'm just going to check our inflow versus outflow. Wow, 50. It's still, we were at 51 points spread difference in inflow versus outflow. I call them points. It's really millions of dollars, but for every point, it's $1 million. We have a 50-point spread. It was 51 a little while ago, and we only are up 77 cents. Absolutely ridiculous. Ridiculous, guys. Super, super, super ridiculous. Like, I don't even understand that. I was mentioning earlier today when we were doing really well and the price was way up there. We were up 6% or whatever it was earlier, and I was mentioning about how we had a 50-point spread at that time, and I was like, this is what I would expect to see, maybe something very similar to this when we have a 50-point spread, because last Friday we had a 40-point spread and only went up 60 cents. So here we are again at 50% and 50 points spread, and only up 90 cents. And it's like we were up so much more than this. We were up like $2 earlier. It's just ridiculous. Anyways, here we are breaking through the descending parallel channel in the box, on the money, on the time. Who knows how far we're going to go with this. Let's hope we can break through $37. This, I would like to see higher volume. Volume's still pretty low. To get a really good push off this, we need more volume. Go, go, go. Go, go, Gadget Arms. Pull us up. You know, there's something I haven't looked at like hardly at all today. And that's the 13F reports coming off of Fintel. So I'm just going to go ahead and pull that over real quick. There's only two today. One is a sell-off, and the other is a buy. Oh, I'm sorry, it's a put. They're both negative things. Let's look at the ITAU Unibanco holding and see how much they sold off. I'm going to change this coloration here real quick just for this. I'm sorry, I'm going to blind you guys. I'm so sorry. But I want you to see that it is in red. Come down here. It looks like they sold about 45,000 shares. These are shares that they bought in May. And they were sold in the second quarter. The other one is Luxor Capital Group. Looks like they have a put that they put in on 40,000 shares. So basically, I think I subtract 2 zeros. So 400 contracts that they bought out on AMC. So this is a hedge fund right here. We could look up their Luxor and see what their final position is. Yep, that's it. That's all they got. That is a hedge fund entering into the game last quarter at the very least, I would assume. Effective date. Okay, they entered into the game 2/14 of 2019, so they've been in this for a while. What did they do? So did they cover? Or did they add to their put? Huh. Did I click on the right one? Yeah. Oh, here we go. I was looking at the wrong spot. Oh, they covered. They covered back in the second quarter. Yeah, they exited their put position in the second quarter. Interesting to know. So that could be wow, that's interesting. I don't think I've seen one of those before. You know, those are equity positions. Let me just verify this one more time. I don't think I scrolled down far enough. I didn't scroll down far enough. My bad, guys. Okay. This is a put position that they acquired in the end of the second quarter. They did enter into a put position in the end of the second quarter. So they still have it. I was incorrect in my statement. This is actually shares that they sold off in 2019. But they do have a new put position of 40,000 shares, which is 400 contracts that they bought out. It doesn't say, it says the value, but I'm not sure what strike price it has or anything like that. Okay, we did test off at $37 and then kind of rebounded off of that. I'm going to go ahead and delete all this other stuff here. So we did indeed break out of that descending parallel channel. We did break out through the box. I'm going to keep the box there. What I'd like to see happen is maybe draw back down into the box here and maybe go for a second retest of $37. I thought I modified this comment that I had in here. Chicken vegetable soup. I'm having Taco Bell today. It's Taco Tuesday. We're going to get Taco Bell. You know, this is the strangest thing to me. Of all the places you could possibly want tacos from, the kids want it from Taco Bell. We have this like excellent taco place right around the corner. They have some amazing tacos. Um, uh, Texas Chihuahua, you probably know where I'm talking about. Um, this place has some of the best tacos. They're so good, and the kids want Taco Bell, and I'm like, guys, there's so many better tacos out there. Like we're in like the prime place you could possibly. I mean, if you weren't in Mexico City, you know, you're in Texas, and like you can't get like better tacos than here. Like there's good tacos here. Like what the hell are we eating Taco Bell for? It reminds me of when I moved to I used to live in San Diego, California, and another great place to get tacos. And I moved up to Eugene, Oregon. This is right after, this is like when I was 19 years old, and I moved out of the house. And I moved to Eugene, Oregon, and I asked somebody, I said, "Hey, where's your guys' like really good Mexican food place?" And they said, "Oh, well, if you want some really good Mexican food, then you need to go hit." Um, I can't remember the name of the place now. I'm drawing a blank, but it was like basically like Taco Bell essentially. It was just like that's not good tacos, guys. Come on, you gotta have a better place than that. It was really funny. I get the same thing every time. Laugh out. The shit's homemade are better. I make street tacos all the time. Yeah, man. There was a great Mexican place in Eugene, real close to the college campus, and I can't remember the name of it. It was like Three Amigos or something like that. I can't. It was Three Trace Amigos, or I forget what it was, but it was like it was real decent. Like it was the best real tacos you could ever find in Eugene, Oregon, because everything else was like Del Taco or uh, I can't remember the place that they named. But yeah, it was bad. To the kitchen, to the kitchen we go. That's awesome. But yeah, man, like there's some good Texican. There's some good Texican Mexican food around here. And Taco Bell. Yep, that's me. Me and my wife splurge though. Once the kids go off to school, every once in a while we'll go to the local taco place and we'll pick up some El Pastor tacos. And oh my God, they're so good. The cilantro that they have in them is just to die for. This is gonna become the cooking show. The cooking show. Oh my gosh, have you guys seen on Reddit all the posts of people who are putting up their food? I jokingly, I don't want anybody to think that I'm starving. I'm not starving. If you saw me in real life, you'd know I'm not starving. But I jokingly put on there that like all y'all have better meals than me, except for the guy with the hot sauce packet and the Trident stick of gum for dessert. I was laughing my ass off, man. Like some of the posts though, some people are eating some super good food. I was really surprised. And some people got upset that they were posting pictures of food on the on Reddit. And I was like, you know what? Uh, we gotta be more chill, right? If you can't, I had an interview with my mom. Johnny, I think you may have been there for that. I had an interview with my mom. She has some experience with psychological warfare. I can't really go into it, but she's got experience with psychological warfare, and she knows about how you can combat against psychological warfare. And one of the things you can do is have humor. And if we can't laugh, if we can't make fun or poke jokes at some of the things that are going on, then we're not going to be able to survive through this psychological warfare. And so, if people want to post pictures of food on Reddit because it makes them happy, then let them post food. Because dang it, we need to be happy, and food makes us happy. Don't get your panties all in a bundle just because somebody posts a beautiful looking steak on there and says, "Hey Kenny, I'm still eating good. Thanks for the extra money." Cilantro is a must. I make my fajita seasoning from scratch. I have a Buddha belly. Yes, I was there, and that's what is going on right now with media and COVID. Yeah. All right, we need to get the volume up here. We need to pump up the volume and just kind of punch through this $37 range, because that's really kind of the mark. If we want to keep continuing on the rest of the day, moving upwards, we need to punch through $37. Otherwise, I fear that if we have a reversal, what we could end up seeing is another test, which would be our third test of $36. So we really want to see this punch through here. It's not a fear. I don't fear that. I don't fear going down. It's not really a fear. I say words I don't mean sometimes. You have to get past that with me. I wanted to check and see if there's any new news. Free Guy beat box office expectations. AMC stock is rising. Nice. I haven't seen the movie. Have any of you guys seen Free Guy? And is it worth watching? Oh, sweet. I'm glad you came across my channel too, man. It's good to have you here. Um, the channel's growing. Um, I've got a good amount of people in, and starting this week, I actually modified the channel, so I've got my own logo and banner now, and my own URL. I was really proud of that. I gotta say, guys, I appreciate every single one of y'all being here, because without you, I couldn't have changed my URL. So now I have a nice, cute little URL that matches up with the show, and I think that's really kind of special. 3 hours ago, the Motley Fool posted, "Could AMC help you become a millionaire by 2030?" These guys, I like to call them the mostly fool. My gosh, such bad reporting. It's so bad. Wow, guys. Okay, I have not seen this in a while. 1, 2, 3, 4. If you go to Google and you type in AMC under news and you just see what news pops up, there is 4 Motley Fool articles. Separate. Not the same, completely different. Let me read them to you. AMC failed to live up to its hype last week. Why AMC Entertainment is rising today. The one metric working in AMC stock's favor right now. And could AMC help you to become a millionaire by 2030? It is desperation. Desperation. How many come up on the page? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 articles posted on the front page of Google when you pull it up, and 4 out of the 9 are the Motley Fool, and they're all hit pieces. Redonkulous. It's just redonkulous. I have to say, guys, like if there was one movement that the apes could move on to after fixing the market, it's fixing the media. Where is the journalistic? What's the word I'm looking for? The journalistic pride in the pieces that they're writing. Do they just have like no? They have no standards anymore. There's just no standards. Hoagie, welcome back. I don't know if you were here earlier, Hoagie, but I did put out a message to the person that we had talked about for an interview. I got a response back, and I did respond to that response, and I have not heard back since. But I don't know that I'll necessarily get a actual verbal interview, but a written interview is promised at this point. So we'll have to see where it goes. Maybe I can talk him into him or her. I don't ever presume to know whether it's a him or her, but I come from California and I call everybody dude. So that dude may, it doesn't matter if you're a guy or girl, you're a dude. It's just the way it is. That dude may decide to. I'm trying to switch it over to calling him apes, but dude. That dude may or may not do the verbal interview, but it would really be really cool if they did. I think I don't want you guys to apply pressure. I was gonna start to say if you guys requested it from them, they might feel more wanting to do it. But I think that for privacy's sake, I'm gonna probably not say who it is, so you guys don't. Um, I really do want to do some more interviews. I got to get into some more interviews because that's one of the things that I really love the most. I have another idea that I want to work on. I'm also working on getting AP, who comes onto the channel and frequently will mention some things, and then also has some posts out there that has some really good DD on the patterns that we're seeing. So I do have some interviews that I'm working on. Unfortunately, I had one person who wanted to do the interview with me, and due to various issues, I don't want to get into privacy issues, but they had some reasons why they couldn't do the interview, and I totally respected that. And we walked away from it. I completely love the fact that they even honored the idea of entertaining it. But it didn't happen. So, but that's the way it works. Not everybody can just come on and do an interview without there being some kind of stipulations. Okay, voice modulation. Yeah, that'd be cool. Um, if we could make something work, and I told them that I don't want to go into details about our personal conversation, but like I did mention that there was things that we could do potentially to protect privacy rights. Um, I know I feel bad, but I understand it. Like I kind of went into this. I kind of just jumped head first into this, not really thinking about what some of the outcomes could possibly be. And you know, I know that there could be some negative outcomes. Fortunately, right now, I haven't had anything bad happen. Let's just hope that we can keep it that way. I do have every once in a while I'll have comments that show up on my after I've already videotaped the footage. Comment will come in and it looks like it's a link to something that's probably really bad to click on. So if you guys are ever going through my comments and you see something like that, let me know and I'll do what I can to remove it. Man, we are just bouncing off of 37. 1, 2, 3, 4 hits. We are knocking on this door. I'm going to go ahead and remove the box. What's our point spread on inflow versus outflow? 594 to 646. It's too late in the day for me to be doing math. 646 minus 594. 52-point spread. It's getting worse for them, and the price is getting better for us, so it's making a little bit of sense. What is the total outstanding shares borrowed? 3.52. Let me refresh and see if that's still the case. I have a feeling or a hunch that might not be. 3.57. Okay, so they have returned a few more shares. So guys, I'm just going to throw this out there. I have not seen this before. I really have not seen it before where we have returned shares of in excess of 3 million and seen the price go up. This is completely brand new to me. Not seen that before on this stock ever. Typically a borrow change of 3 million shares going back, it would be a down day. Yeah. I'll tell you what though, our short share interest has declined. We were at 19% at the beginning of this morning, and we're now at 18%. So we're going to see utilization go down starting tomorrow. If not tomorrow, the next day. Well, we're pushing past 37. This is unusual. It's very unusual. I've not seen this before. We are at 76 million shares traded. Volume does seem to be, it looks like it's still kind of declining. We had a little bit of a push right here. I don't know if you guys can see, you probably can't even see that. Right about here. If you zoom in on these candlesticks, I'll tell you what sometimes excites me a little bit is when you see stuff like this happening right here. There's a fight going on right here because you have a very thin candlestick, but the candle wick on either side is massive, and that's there's just means there's huge buying and selling pressure on both sides. I feel like that's fighting, since we're still moving up, I feel like that's fighting off downwards pressure. So we're still climbing up above $37, which is good. I don't have any good Fibonacci retracements for this level. I actually kind of moved everything up to the 38 range once we hit 38. So I'm not sure where our next levels of support are at. Levels of resistance. If you guys go to my Reddit account and you look me up on Reddit, you'll see that if you want to look into that interview that I had with my mom on psychological warfare and how to combat it, I put a link in there. It's actually the second post from the top that I have. So Yeah, check into that. Psychological warfare is real. It's definitely being used against us, and knowing how to combat the psychological warfare is kind of important. If you've never had to deal with these up and down swings on prices, it's good to have an understanding on why it is that you feel the way that you feel when this stuff is happening. And then it's good to know how to fix that. How do you fix whatever thoughts you may be having? I'll tell you what though, for me, it was the Say Technologies that was by far the best DD that we ever could have possibly have had. Because within a shadow of a doubt, we can say that we are over a. Um, I just pulled up something on the screen there. I was going to show you something else. Let's see here. So this was the results of the Say Technologies, and I had some numbers in here, but I just drew up like a really simple bell curve. And I made an assumption that most of the people who are in the bell curve were all up in this top deviation. And so based on that information and some of the other information that we have, came up with the following estimated outstanding shares based on those Say Technology votes. Based on that information, we had at least 2.185 billion outstanding shares, plus institutional ownership, plus insiders, and I don't think that doesn't even include how many are on loan. So I didn't even put in loan there. So with just the insiders, institutional ownership, and the 2.185 billion outstanding shares owned by retail, that puts us at 2.37 billion shares outstanding at a very bare minimum. I personally believe that it's over 4 billion shares. I had estimated 2 billion shares back in March, and that was based off of volume levels that were being traded back in January. So I don't see any reason why we wouldn't be over 4 billion shares at this point. By far, that's the best FUD killer you could possibly have, because when you're sitting at a minimum of 4 times, no, yeah, well, we'll just go with 4 times the float in outstanding shares. It kills everything else. What else could you possibly say to that? There's nothing. There's nothing anybody could possibly say to that that's going to tell you that this isn't going to squeeze. That's all you got to say. They look at you and they say, all the technicals. They could look at it and say like, oh, well, the price per earning, the PE or whatever on, and you go like, you know what, 4 billion shares. And then they just look at you and go, huh? And you go, there's 4 billion outstanding shares. There's only supposed to be 500 million. What more do you need to know? That's it. I'm just checking the inflow versus the outflow. Outflow is 600 and inflow is 652. We are at a 52-point spread still. Still having a problem trying to keep it up above $37. They're definitely fighting this one down. All right, guys, we got about 6 more minutes before I take a break. I will return at 2:10 Eastern or Central Standard Time, which is the last 50 minutes of the day, of the trading day, and we'll finish out the day together. Just going to cover over Reddit real quick and just see if there's anything in here that's worth talking about. Braxis on Reddit wrote execute order 66. I believe the time has come. Make no mistake, guys. $66 is not the margin call. $40 is not the margin call. We know $72 is not the margin call. Realistically speaking, I think somewhere between $90 and $95 is the margin call. It could potentially be higher. It just depends on the rest of the market on what it's doing. If the rest of the market is tanking, that could lower the number. But as it stands with the current market conditions, I would say somewhere between $90 and $95 is margin call. So don't let people fool you into thinking that there's something after $60. I don't think that that's the case. We've already been there. We know it's behind that door. Yeah, I'm going to save it for the interview. I was getting ready to show you guys something, but I'm gonna wait on it. $1.053 trillion reverse repo, $5th trillion day in a row. Until March, it was basically zero. That was wow. That was posted by JD Ruckus. That's insane, guys. You know, if you want to talk tinfoil hats here for just a second, let me see what you're writing here. When they have to buy the shares, we can name our price. Allegedly, yeah. Short interest went up 1% since I started watching. Am I wrong on the interest? 1.4% was 1.6 this morning. I don't have it up on my screen. If you want, we can go back to the other screen and we can look at it. I assume that you're talking about the cost to borrow. Is that what he's talking about? Because I'm seeing 1.49, 1% since I started watching. Are you talking about the estimated short interest of the free float? Well, irregardless, we can figure out. We can look at it when I get back from break. So I'm going to take that 40-minute break, and I'll return for the last 50 minutes. Of course, I leave the show running. Estimated short interest, yeah, 18.74%. Was it 17 earlier? I actually don't watch that screen because now that I have it posted on this second page, I only get to see it when you guys get to see it. So if it's not on the main page, I'm not seeing it. But yeah, anyways, I'm gonna take that break, and I will be back. I'll try to leave you guys with a little bit of a prediction as to where we're headed before I actually walk away. Let's see what we got here. 30-minute interval RSI is 58.3, so we got room to go up or down. More down than up. 5-minute interval is 54. We're just consolidating right now. That's what we're doing. Nice consolidation. I'm going to go with This is janky as hell, but we're going to do it. This doesn't really... We'll see what ends up happening. I mean, it looks like it's going to break out now, but I'm just going to leave this up here for now. This is pretty bad. But I'm leaving you with this kind of a wedge right here. It's impossible to say which way it's going to break out. We're having a really difficult time breaking through $37. That's my ADD kicking in. I reversed the 3 and 7. I wanted to say 73. So let's go ahead and draw a box. You know, I usually do like the last 15 minutes, and you know, we'll have one way or another. We'll probably have a breakout, either before or inside this box, I would imagine. So that's what we'll watch out for. And I'll see you guys back here in a little bit. Later. I am back. You know, it dawned on me. I've had a problem with setting my computer time. I know I helped make computer chips for 24 years, and you go like, how do you have problems setting the computer time? But believe it or not, I had issues with trying to set my computer time, and so I come back to my computer and I try to adjust my date and time. I go into date and time spot on the computer, and it just does not want to update. Anyways, having said that, I realize now that I'm likely coming back a little too late sometimes because I'm basing it off of my computer time. So I apologize if I am coming back late sometimes. It's just because I'm basing it off of what my computer is saying. But I do end up having to start like the show every day a little bit differently in time because it's just never quite accurate. Anyways, let's go ahead and get into what's going on with the stock here. I'm going to delete this. All right. In the background, I'm going to update some of my screens. All right. And we'll go ahead and take a look at what we got going on here. Volume. I'm going to poke him. Dark pool. Poke. Punch. Getting violent with that dark pool. 63.9%. 63.94% of our volume has traded through the dark pools today. Incredulous. 3.52 million shares have been returned. That is actually a little bit less than what we had. It was 3.57 earlier. I'm updating my notepad as I do this. 18.14% short share interest of the free float. Ugh. Oh boy, free float. And it was at 19 point something. I think it was 19.1 earlier this morning, so that has dropped. With the returned shares, we're going to see this. I don't want you guys to be scared by that. That is not, those return, the 3.52 million shares returned is not a setback by any means whatsoever. Wow, some of this information came back all wonky, didn't it? Okay, let's update my stuff. I have to log into, apparently I have to log back into Fidelity again. They like logging me out on a pretty routine basis. But I'm trying to be super careful and making sure that I keep my stuff safe. Yeah, there's a lot of money involved here. All right, going back to it. Looks like this one page didn't update as well. Let's try it again. All right, there we go. Finally got there. All right, let's see. Moving on. Total institutional shares, 127.8. I think I'm gonna have to write that down on my notepad because insiders, and then I'll put instuts. How about instas? Institutionals. And the reason I'm putting this down is because, or I'm writing it down, is I want to know what it changes from day to day. So like insiders, as an example, I have it written down on my notepad so that I know what it was versus what it changes to in case something should happen. 127.8 million for the institutional. If you go to the active positions on the top right hand side of the page, and then look down until where it says total institutional shares, they have 127.8 million institutional shares available or out there that have been purchased. Looking at the options directly below that, let's write down where our heaviest level of volume is. Okay, that should be lined up now. On the call side, to me, it looks like the most is 82.9. 82.9 thousand shares on the $90 or $40 strike price. I'm sorry. These numbers are bogging my mind down. On the put side, the most amount of volume is surrounding the $35 strike price at 31,000 options. Nearly a 3-to-1 call over put options. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. And if you'll notice on the chart here, we did indeed break outside of my window that I'd created. Again, I didn't know whether this wedge was going to be, if we were breakout going up or down. But we did indeed break out. Still struggling with 37 bucks. I actually would extend this wedge out based on some of the new data. I think this new wedge is going to put us into the end of the day today. So I would have to draw this box over some. Kind of like that. Potentially another breakout past 37 again. They're really just trying to keep us under 37 for whatever reason. The last 15 minutes of the day are typically the best minutes of our power hour, which is going to be this last black portion of box right here. So hopefully what will end up happening is we'll kind of trend down a little bit underneath $37 into this box that I've created here, and tend to break back out above and into that $37 range, and then moving. It might even happen a little bit before the box, and moving and driving into that last 15 minutes of the day today, somewhere in this area, trying to, finish the day off at 37 or more. I'd like to see a push back up to 38, which would be awesome. I know that Duncan's probably rooting for 37.10 since that's his upper limit on his price prediction for the day. So, yeah, that's looking pretty good. Let's see. Going back to that other page, a stat page real quick here while we wait for the market to update. That's a lot of volume, guys. 63.94% traded in the dark pools. It's not as high. I mean, yesterday was higher. Yesterday we had 64.71, which is interesting because that didn't actually show up on the stonk tracker. So I don't know why sometimes it doesn't. They don't track the information correctly. But anyways, let's look back at the main page. So as a whole, the market's sucking. 4,985 decliners to 1,788 advancers. The NASDAQ has currently at 1.07% down. Dow Jones is down 1%, and S&P 500 basically 1% too. They're all just down 1%. It's pretty rough. Again, pharmaceuticals and health are the only two sectors that are even doing worth any of a damn. Crazy, crazy, crazy world that we live in. Robinhood is down 1.5%. Amazon is down 1.79%. Cinemark is down 0.5%. Doge is down 5.12%. Guys, it's the pump and dump, man. I don't know what to tell you. GME is down 0.62%. So it seems like we've got a little bit of a separation between their chart and ours for the day. And we are up 3.5% right now. Volume has died off pretty heavily. We are 81 million shares traded for the day today with about 40 minutes left to trade. My volume prediction was 75 to 95 million shares. It is very likely that I will be correct for the day today. So that means that the pre-market volume was working for me on prediction. We started out really strong, though. I mean, if I zoom out and show you what I'm talking about, you'll see what I'm saying. I mean, look at our volume in the beginning half of this morning, in contrast to where we stand now. I mean, this part right here is just so strong, and then right about, I think the biggest drop down was probably right here, around 11:15, 11:30 Eastern Standard Time. Basically, the hedge fund power hour, the volume just tanked, and it quite honestly hasn't picked back up. There's one little bump up around 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time that resulted in some negative pressure. Something I kind of want to look at for the day today, and this is a new indicator that I've kind of been tracking, the Bollinger. And so, this is a standard deviation, upper and lower, that is off of the exponential moving average. And essentially, like basically most of your data should all fall within the cloud. Anything that falls outside of the cloud is a deviation. So you can see the upper is the gray line, the lower is the yellow line, and the middle line is the exponential moving average. And so all the rest of the data should trade within the cloud. And for the most part, it looks like it is. There's a little bit of a spot right here where we have some outliers. We had volume really tighten up. You can see how it really tightened up right in here. The cloud got really narrow. There might have been a little bit of a spot right here where there's some outliers. Then there's some definite outliers right here in this price action moving down. Some on the way back up. And look how thin. Let's see if I can zoom in on it here. In contrast to the rest of this, look how thin our upper and lower standard deviations are kind of like narrowing in. It's just driving to a point. That's a classic indicator of consolidation at this point. Now we're starting to see the upper starting to curve up a little bit, whereas the lower's kind of flattened out. So we might see some more volatility coming here in just a little bit. We are inside the cloud right now, which means we might break out through this this cloud. This is when we would possibly see it break past 37 and finally push through and past it. Time for some water. It's about time, man. It's about time to punch through this 37, man. I'm getting tired. I have to tell you, man, I got tired of 37 today. That was too long. I mean, we've been at it since 1400 Eastern Standard Time, and it's now 15:25. It's an hour and 25 minutes that we've been trying to push through this crap. You know what? Give me 2 seconds. Be right back. I don't know what in the world I was thinking. It's not water time. It's beer 30. I saw Duncan's Hell Yes on there, and as soon as I saw that, I don't know why, but it made me go like, hey, Hell Yes is beer time. When you start saying Hell Yes, it's beer time. So we're going to go ahead and crack open up this beer here. Oh yeah, there she is. I had to use my keys. Probably should just pried it off with my teeth. Oh, come on. We're not really going to go back down to test 37 again, are we? No, no, no. Come on. Wow, okay. It's pushing back down into that back down into that wedge. It just doesn't want to break out. Cheers to us, guys, to another up day. It's 3.65 5% up for the day today. Looking beautiful. Again, another awesome green day to us. So cheers to you guys. This is good movement for us. We were at a 50-point spread on our inflow versus outflow. And currently we are on a 61% or 61-point spread between our inflow and outflow, which is and it's only equating to $1.21. If you remember last Friday, we had a 40, I believe it was 40-point difference. 40-point difference, and we only went up like 60 cents. So I would think that 80 is what it would take if we were going to be up double the amount. And that's not the case. So who knows? I don't really understand how the inflow can be that much of a difference on a day-to-day basis, but it is what it is. Got a little bit of a rough edge on this glass here. All right, back under 37. I'm just going to go ahead and leave this here. I want to see us drive up past that. Duncan, it's good to see. It's good to see that you're still kicking. I don't know what time it is over there, but it's got to be late for you. I'll tell you what, Duncan is a trooper. He seems to just kind of stick with everything. Like that guy is just he's a beast. I think he has probably more patience than I have. Actually, when you showed me your figurines, I knew instantly as soon as you showed those figurines, I was like, he's got a lot of patience. Anybody who can sit there and take the patience to paint one of those figurines, it takes so much patience to do something like that. As I've gotten older, I've developed a little bit of. Actually, I've had it most of my life. In fact, I had somebody bet me $20 when I was like 10 years old that I couldn't shoot a bullseye because I was so shaky. But I have a natural shakiness to me that I guess I just deal with it because I did hit the bullseye and I won the $10. And anyways, you know, I've always had a little bit of shakiness, and so I could probably never do one of those painting type things where it takes fine motor skills. But I can still seem to perform okay on most other things that are small techniques. Soup is in the crock pot. Missed a lot, I'm sure. No, you didn't, Johnny. I actually just got back. I take break from. Typically, I take break from about one. Well, I guess it's 1:30 my time until about 2:10 my time. So I just got back about 18 minutes ago. But I got one of my favorite beers, a Thirsty Goat, right here. And I'm drinking a little bit of Thirsty Goat to celebrate our up day today. I don't potentially see us dropping down to the point to where we could close underneath a $1.30 increase that we've had for the day. I'll tell you what though, Duncan is sweating a little. Duncan is definitely sweating. He gets if we hit over 37.10, he doesn't get a price point. Now, I'm sure he won't complain if we close over 37.10, but he is definitely right on the very edge of teetering between getting a tally point and not getting a tally point for the day. Adam, who's filling in for John, actually picked the highest price point for the day today, and his price range was 34.5 to 37.5. And he's looking like he's definitely going to get a tally point for the day today, just depending on how the last 15 minutes go. These beers taste better when they're green days, that's for sure. All right, we have made it past $37. The question is will we push beyond that, or is this just going to kind of fizzle out and just kind of hang out at 37 for the rest of the day? I do want to point this out. This is pretty good indicator that we might have a gamma squeeze coming up here by the end of this week, if not going into next week. I'm going to refresh this. We have 104,000 calls in the money to 286,000 puts that are out of the money. That's almost a 3-to-1 put to call ratio, which means they're not hedging against the puts that could possibly be out of the money. This is part of the reason why I felt like we were going to have a down week for the rest of this week. Whether or not it's because they can't get the price down, or they're having difficulty getting the price down, or other factors, I'm not sure. That will remain to be seen based off of what happens for the rest of this week. I am surprised. I really thought for sure today that we would close. I think it was 34.58 was the number that I had kind of come up with, and we are well above that. So I'm happy. I'm ecstatic. It's great. Hopefully, what this means is gamma squeeze. That is my hopes. I'm going to pull out to see on a 30-minute interval. We currently have RSI at 58.02, which is pretty decently. It's almost in the middle, above average. On a 5-minute interval, we're at 54.15. That's closer to the middle. I mean, just look at volume. That's the story right there. It tells you everything you need to know. It's just dying off. We're only doing 50, 60, 70,000 a minute. That's pretty low. I wouldn't put it past a huge last 15-minute push. I don't know if anybody else is calling gamma squeeze or not yet, but I'm definitely feeling extremely like the options are kind of pointing in that direction. 3.7 million shares returned. Still more coming back in. I mean, that has to be probably the most baffling thing for me today. Out of everything that's happened, 3.7 million shares returned with an up-day price is so unusual. Typically speaking, it's the days where we have 3 million shares that are borrowed that I would see as an indicator as to the price is going to be probably going up for the day. This is the exact opposite of that. So I really don't know what to make of it, honestly. they've been covering the failure to delivers with loaned shares. If they're going to stop doing that, then they would stop loaning shares. I honestly don't know what to make of it. I'm open for input. Because I feel like failure to delivers were being covered. I feel like they were trying to cover the tracks on the failure to delivers by borrowing more shares, and we watched utilization start to creep up. We watched amount of shares on loan start to creep up, and it's like, okay, well, they're kicking down the road. They're keeping the failure to delivers low by borrowing more shares and kicking the can down the road. So if this is the opposite of that, then that would be basically they're not going to be continuing to kick the can down the road, and this is where you would start to see failure to deliver start to increase. Well, do we have a way to track that? Let's see. I think we do. We do. We do have a way to track that. And I'll put it up on the screen here. On Stonko Tracker, it has closing price and the amount of failure delivers for the date. And the last date that's showing is 7:30. So unfortunately, we don't have any way to track current failure to delivers. So that's the problem. We can't track it. But if I had to imagine, we're going to see failure to deliver spike here. In the future, when it comes time to us looking back in history and seeing what happened during this period of time, I think this is the moment where we're going to look at it and we're going to say failure to deliver is spiked at this moment. Yeah, we're always behind on the failure to delivers. I think we'll look back on this moment. What is this? 8:17. I think we'll look back on this moment, and I do want to go back. Let's go back real quick and look at Ortex. I'm gonna drag it over. Failure to delivers on. Oh, come on, Ortex. Let's look at failure to delivers on 5/17. 5/17. Nothing unusual. There's no spike there. I don't know, guys. I really don't know what's okay, 5/17. So this is one of the indicators that I've been tracking for a long time. This is the on loan average age per day. And this is the indicator that usually indicates when we're going to have a a sudden spike in price. And the one that we saw on 5/17, it hit the highest amount of this run up right here, and then it dropped down just ever so much. It went from 53.6 down to 45.89, and then within just a couple days of that, we started spiking up in price. If today we're at 44.38 on that number, if we see like a massive spike down in this, not massive. What was it day over day here? May 17th, it went from 53.6 to 51.35. 2-point drop. If we see a 2-point drop in this, if it goes from 44 down to 42, we could be on the verge of, next week looking at price increases like this right here. I'm still kind of leaning towards that whole next week being a huge price increase. So let's watch this. Let's watch this indicator and see what happens. It's never done something quite like this where it's been flat. I mean, it did it back here and then dropped off, but we never got to see what happened with that one because of the fact that the Wanda and AMC sold shares to the market, and that's where those shares came from to cover their positions here. But I mean, we could be in that same phase as we were back in here. I don't know. Today was interesting. How often? I feel like we're starting to say this more often that the days are that some interesting things are happening. Good beer. Let's see. 20 minutes left to go. I'm checking to see if we had any more 13Fs filed. I don't see any. Today's the 17th. Okay, Citadel hasn't filed any new 13Gs. I don't know. This is by ya boy Hen69 on Reddit. After hours of researching memes, I can confirm we are closer to MOASS today than we were yesterday. Ooga booga. That's hilarious. Man, I'll tell you what, we are just really flatlining. It's not barcoding, but it's just kind of flatlining. And we're definitely outside. I mean, I'm going to get rid of this. We're definitely outside of the wedge. I'm going to keep this box in here. Let's see what happens when we get past this box. That's when we might start seeing the fireworks. End of the day fireworks going off. $40 push for tomorrow. I mean, if we hit 40, excuse me, if we hit 40, let me look at something. I'm gonna go to the stats page real quick here. Whoa, where did my Ortex data go? Oh, dang it. I'm gonna get used to this system here eventually. And I have to toggle back and forth on some of these buttons, and so it causes my stuff to change colors. I'm looking at the strike prices. I'm looking at the volume at some of the different levels. My gosh, there's so much call options in the money right now. Duncan, do you remember off the top of your head if I had talked about buying an option that was supposed to expire this week, or was it for last week? I know a while back I had thought about toying around with the idea of buying an option at 40, I think. No, I think it was 80. I think I was toying around with the idea of buying buying like one option at 80. Wasn't that for this week? I'm gonna be kicking myself in the pants if I missed out on that. Hmm. Hmm. I want to warn you guys that I do have a song set up in case the stock price starts to drop in the aftermarket hours. Uh, it's a song that is dear and near to me because I find that sometimes when you have expectations that don't always come through, um, that sometimes you're getting what you need, and you have to remember that. And so just try to take it with a grain of salt. It could, the impression you could take away from it is that I'm saying we're being greedy or whatever, but that's not what it's trying to say. It's just trying to say that, try to keep your expectations to a minimum. Yeah, I think it was last week that I was saying that I wanted to buy an option at either I wanted to buy two options at 40 or one option. No, I'm sorry, two options at 80 or one option at 40, and it was seeming like it was a better deal to buy one at 80. That probably would have been the way to go if I would have done it. If we end up having a gamma squeeze that starts up this week, Friday could be like, we could see those kind of numbers. All right, guys, we're down to the last 15 minutes here. I mean, we have just flatlined. Oh, jeez, how did I miss this? Guys, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Do you see it? We got a head and shoulders. This last shoulder is pretty darn long, though. It should be pretty equal in length. But we got an inverse head and shoulders. This is bullish. This is a bullish indicator. How did I miss this? I don't know what I was... Beer must be kicking in or something. Oh yeah, that's beautiful. I love how like if you draw this is kind of cute. It's like a sleepy face. Sleepy face gets the worm. You guys will never forget this now. You'll always see this pattern from now on, and you'll look at this and you'll be like, "Oh yeah, man, I've seen that before. I've seen that pattern. I know what that is." Oh, geez, I crack myself up too much. This is a bullish pattern. It looks to me like it's a head and shoulders. The only problem that I'm having with it is that, typically speaking, the shoulders and length should be about the same length, and this one, we're kind of heading down in price right now after a longer period of shoulder length right here, which is not what it should be doing. But yeah, we'll just delete that. Bren, I haven't seen your name on here before. Welcome to the channel. It's good to have you on. I always like to say the old sleepy face pattern indicator. It gets you every time, that sleepy face. Sorry, guys. Oh man, it's the end of the day. You know, this is when beer 30 kicks in and you just start laughing, and it's uncontrollable for me, anyways. Oh man. All right, let's let's check the inflow and outflow. 715 to 657. I'm gonna just I gotta stop. We are at a 58 point spread. I'm crying. It hurts so bad. I'm laughing. We are at a 58 point spread on inflow versus outflow, and that is really good. It's equating to $1.25. I don't even want to go back and look at what you guys are saying now. I'm so okay, good. I'm glad you guys didn't say anything else, because I'd have just died. I'd have started busting up even worse. I just had this thought that, like, I could just see me doing like this, like, spit take, and just beer just like you just seeing it come out and spraying all over the place. The sleepy face. I'm gonna put it back up there just because it's making me laugh so much. This is technical analysis at its finest. Leave it to engineers to come up with this kind of shit. Am I right, Chris? This is. I have to say that working as in the engineering department, there's some very creative names for chart technical analysis patterns that they come up with, that are unusual. Oh boy. All right, guys, we're getting really close to the end here. We got about 7 more minutes here before I wrap up the day. It's been a pretty decent day today. Up 3.47%, 3.45 right now. Kind of bouncing around. I was kind of hoping to see it kind of take off here towards the end, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I feel like most old school names are sexual on some level. They are, dude. That's what I was trying to get at. They are very. There are some very sexual connotations to engineering type jargon. I don't know what it is. I mean, if you want to go take a look at what was the spacecraft that just took was it Bezos up into who did it? No, it wasn't Bezos, was it? I don't think it was Bezos. Whoever it took up there to space, and you know, you look at the shape of the ship, and it's like, really? I mean, out of all the things you could have possibly engineered to design as a rocket ship, that's what you made it look like? It's like, come on, guys. It's been a good day today. Yeah, that one. Bezos flying in a phallic-shaped ship. Yeah, that's the one. Um, it was, you know, it's like engineers do that kind of stuff all the time. All the time. There's just everywhere you look. And we had this. I'll tell you a quick short story before the wrap up of the day here. We had one particular tool set that I worked on in CMP, chemical mechanical planarization. And basically, what they do is they use these diamond-headed pads to basically grind down a wafer. They can be used to grind down other things besides wafers, but the wafers are silicon glass, and they basically polish them. And these diamond pads that they had were called pads. They just were simply called pads, and um, they go bald after a period of time, and the pads have to be changed. And one day there's this new female that had started working the area, and she said that she was getting some the polishing wasn't happening like it was supposed to. They weren't getting the wafer polish as well as they were supposed to, and which obviously the equipment engineer said, well, it sounds like you need to change your pads. Of course, she took great offense to that, and reported him to HR for saying that her pads needed to be changed because of the fact that her wafers weren't getting polished. And so from that point on, HR told them that they couldn't call them pads anymore. They had to call them consumables. So, it is what it is. Here's our breakout right here. Here comes the sleepy face is going to turn into a big nice push here at the very end of the day. And so with that, I give you my sign off for the day here. We're gonna launch off into a little bit of an early release. I think I'm gonna just leave the happy face on here on the exit. It's been great spending time with you guys today, and look forward to it tomorrow. Let's enjoy this this push past $37. I'm sorry, Duncan, you may not get your tally point for the day today, but there always is the price increase, which is a good thing. See you guys tomorrow. Take care. Eat, drink, and spend time with their families.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Performance reducing the stress on shuttles and breaks the Booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.